Good morning, it's Saturday morning. Now I have to start with an apology. My hay fever's kicked in, so I'm a little bit sniffly. So my poor old guests today, yeah, Mandy Shaw's in the house. My poor old guests today are going to have to make do with a very, very cold studio, but what an exciting show. Would you like to see the menu? Would you like to see today's menu? Well, here it is. Coming up today, it's Saturday. Make it with Mandy. Oh, no, there's no it there. Make with Mandy, 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, Rustic table treats with Jennifer. 10 o'clock, Make it with Mandy part 2. And 11 o'clock, all dressed up and nowhere to go. That's the story of my life, all dressed up, nowhere to go. Anyway, can I just tell you two things? During the show today, we are having our pictures taken. So if Mandy and I suddenly stop talking, go like this, it's because we've seen the photographer and we're all ready to have our picture taken. Now, you can get in touch. You know, I know you love to get in touch when Mandy's here. It's so easy to do. All you need to do is, the web chat's the best way to do it, really. All you need to do is go to the website, www.sewingquarter.com. You click on Watch Today's Show. There you are. Now, you see it's a few seconds behind. Then you go to that. Now, yours will look different because you have to log in to do it. See where it says Message to the Studio there? All you need to do is log in and you can send us a message straight through to the studio. It goes to Little Paul, the producer, who then sends it through to my tablet on the desk. Or, of course, you can email us, studio@sewingquarter.com, studio@sewingquarter.com. While we're on the website, you see down there, oh, they had that lovely swan fabric yesterday, look. They're all the items they had on yesterday's show. In a minute, all of those will disappear. And as we bring items to you today, they will appear down there. So if you've joined the show late, or you're watching us after we've gone off air, you'll be able to see the shopping list of the whole day. Or, of course, if you scroll to the back, to the top of the page, you'll see next to where I am, standing there, oh, I'm not there yet, you'll see linen look swans fabric they had yesterday. When we're doing a live auction, what we're selling at the time will go into that little box. All you need to do is, where it says log in to buy, if you've already logged in, you just click on there to buy, then you pop up to your basket and you check out. Now, please, 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 especially on days like today where Mandy's in, because everything always sells out, what you need to do is check out straight away. We only charge one post and packaging for the whole day, so just keep checking out. Now, yesterday, they had issues with checking out, so we're just going to make sure when we start, we're going to see, if you have any issues, just let Little Paul know. And they had issues yesterday, and Paul's got lots of issues, but nothing to do with the channel. Basically, you just ring the call centre on that number, 0800 112 4433, and they'll help you check out your basket if you've got any issues. But let us know as well. Let us know if you've got any issues. Right. In this first hour, Mandy's here for 2 hours, 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock. In this first hour, we've got 3 fabulous projects for you. We're going to start with these, which are, you've been seeing these ever since the first day that Mandy came in. You've been seeing these and you've been wanting them. So we're bringing them to you today. It's a really lovely kit. Now, this is a pin cushion. That's a pin cushion there. And this is a tape measure. Isn't it brilliant? That's a retractable tape measure. So, there's a kit for £19.95. We'll take you through that kit in a memento. Aren't they cute? They're to go in. You know, in the very first show that Mandy did, we did the tool kit thingy, zippy uppy, whatever. It's, you know, that thing. And we did the trug, didn't we, last time? They go beautifully. Red work, that's called. I am learning. Right, then, look at this. Now, this, Brighton. All I've got to say to you is Brighton. This is Brighton Seaside Throw. Look at, can you see Gordon? Gordon the girl on there. Now, again, this is a kit, right? This is a kit. You get everything, including this fabulous fleecy back there. And you even get the template for the whole thing, plus Gordon the girl, at £65. That is such good value, £65. Mandy will be we're going to do an in-depth, aren't we? In-depth lesson on the quilt there. And then last but not least, I've got this. We've got, look at this, the message is coming through already. It's oilskin, upside down. Oilskin, oilcloth even, oilcloth. Why did I call it oilskin? No, it's not real. I bet don't we call it? Don't we call it? No, don't say that. Oilcloth, £26.95. A really lovely kit. It's a sewing roll. Oilcloth. Right, let's get going. She's dying to get started. Oh. Right now. No, you're not in blue.
No, I thought. No, it's summer.
All right, then.
Summer.
Let's start with the pin cushion. Lovely to have you back, by
Thank
the way.
you, darling.
This message is coming through already.
Thank you, lovely to be back.
Right. What did you just say?
I said right.
Right, I'm ready.
Pin cushion. Wristwatch pin
Where's
cushion.
the kit? Oh, I can't find it. Where's the kit?
The kit's gorgeous. It's here.
I'll show you. You get the instructions. But what do you get in the kit, though?
You get everything you need.
Here's the kit. Everything you need there. Absolutely everything you need in that kit. I've got it now.
The only thing you haven't got is a little bit of stuffing, and you haven't got any plastic, which you're going to find from a milk bottle.
Okay.
I'll show you where that fits in a second.
I can't see where the plastic goes. Okay, so that's the kit. So you're going to make both of these wristwatch pincushion and tape measure cover, and the tape measures included as well.
Yeah, and also don't forget the iron-on transfers included, so you can make more than one of these.
Perfect. Let's get going.
So let's go. They're very lovely to make. Very, very.
I'm going to roll my sleeves up. Actually, do you mind?
No, let's get cracking. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to use your iron-on transfer. We know about these. We're getting good at this.
Yes.
You need a very hot iron and a very flat surface. They don't work on a spongy ironing board or a very light iron.
Would you put anything under? Would you put anything underneath
I would get a tea towel and put it on a wooden chopping board, and that's nice and firm. And then you will get up to 6. I've got more than 6.
Right. Is that how it comes? It's
that's
just
how it comes. That's what it looks like.
You can use it up to 6 times.
Yes, and it looks like a piece of paper. It is in reverse, and it's meant to be so that when you iron it on, it's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yes. This is from Christine. I've made Mandy's watch pin cushion, which I love. Love your patterns. Chris from the Isle of Man.
Oh, wonderful, Isle of Man, wonderful. So we've got our iron-on transfer on our linen, a little square of linen, and we're going to put a little bit of wadding on the back.
Yes.
Because we like the idea that it's slightly quilted.
Right.
And so what we're going to use is your cotton abrode, which we know that
comes in the kit, doesn't it?
Comes in the kit, and it's only one strand. It's not a stranded thread. No. It's called cotton abrode, and it's one strand.
Abrode.
Abrode is French.
Isn't that a cream? Don't you have
creme brulee.
No, I'm thinking of...
I had that last night in the restaurant.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
She was in my town, right? Didn't even pop in to say hello.
No, I know. I was in... Yes, it was wonderful. We had a lovely little walk along the river. But anyway, we're talking about sewing. Okay.
So, all right, then. It's telling me off already. Okay.
Okay, so we've got iron-on transfer beautifully there, and we've got a little bit of wadding on the back.
That's all in the kit.
It's all in the kit, and it's lovely. So what you're going to do is you're going to stitch this with a very simple back stitch.
Right.
So there are a few French knots on here as well, which I'll show you in 1 second. But we're going to stitch the design with a back stitch and a blanket stitch.
Oh, look at the camera, Oh. Right, now, that looks like the clock. When I was at primary school, we were learning to tell the time, and they used to stamp 6 clocks onto a piece of paper, and they go, now... It wasn't sundials, no, when I was at school.
No, darling, it was clocks.
They were thinking, I'm so old.
So this is a simple back stitch. You're going to love this thread. It's just lovely to stitch with. And people in the Red Work Club and who do lots of red work with me will know that I love this thread. So you're just going to stitch this very nicely. So that's a simple back stitch. And then I'm going to show you a simple French knot. Actually, it's not, I don't do French knots. They're called colonial knots. But there are the girls out there that say, that's not quite... Right, Mandy, I don't really mind. I love, you do it your way.
Yes, exactly.
There's no right or wrong in this world, but that's a simple back stitch, and then I will show you a colonial knot my way.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So what's lovely about the wadding is that you can just fasten off on the back and not worry too much about the back of your work.
And also, so now you could if you've got a journey, you don't need to take the whole kit with you. You could take your red work embroidery with you, couldn't you?
You actually can do this in a very quick time, actually. I'm using a knot because, again, I've got the wadding on the back. And I will shimmy, because we like shimmying through the wadding on the back. Okay, so this is a colonial knot my way.
Right, okay.
Okay, so I'll just
get up on that one then.
So, right, here we go.
Oh, hang on.
Right, are you ready for me?
Right.
So, and you might have to practice this, but it's good fun. Hold the threads on your left-hand side and wind round the needle twice. 1, 2. Then take the needle back into the hole next door where you came out. Next door, not in the same thread.
Yes.
I'm still holding this, look, and I slightly pull it. That's very important. This is the secret.
Yeah.
I pull it so you get a nice, even knot. Oh. And before I push it down, I hold it with a thumbnail that's not there.
Yeah.
Push down.
Nail gloss on today.
Nail gloss on today. Done. Not professional. Gone off that already. I missed the appointment, so I couldn't go back. So embarrassed. Sorry, should I do that again?
Yes.
So
Do that again.
I had to do my own nails in my hotel room last night, and it didn't do.
So what's hubby doing today then?
Oh, he's laid in because I was up being able to sing. So
Will you be watching?
He should be watching. Hi, Bill. Hi. He should be watching. But if not, he's just going to wander around the streets.
Oh, nice.
So here we go again. Watch this nicely. Round the needle twice. Once, twice. Back into nearly the same hole, but not quite.
Yeah.
pull this thread, that's a secret, pull that thread, and put your thumbnail on the knot, and when you push the needle in, so it's like a little belly button.
So now, it's the transfer, the clock also. The time is on the transfer, isn't it?
Yes,
so it's 10 to 2, is it?
It's 10 to 2. That's sort of tea time, isn't it? A cup of tea time. People say 3 o'clock. I can never wait for 3 o'clock. Okay, there's your French knots.
Do you know why they have 10 to 2 on a watch? Because if you go to a jeweller's shop, they always have, a watch shop, they always have 10 to 2, don't they? Because it looks like a smile. It makes people happy.
I've heard that before. You're full of lovely stuff, aren't you?
Lorraine says, morning, looking forward to today's show. Can you wish my granddaughter Amy a happy 16th birthday? Lots of love, Amy, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, darling.
Another message quickly while we chip it, drop it. Mandy is such an inspiration, and I love all the beautiful things she creates and have a home full of items made using Mandy's pattern and kits. Thank you. That's from Tamsin in County Durham.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's nice,
lovely.
Isn't it?
That's lovely.
Woo, Mandy in the house. Thanks. What a great morning. That's Tracy in North Yorkshire. And one more quickly before we go on. Good morning, John. Love to have you back. Love to see Mandy too. Nora in sunny Swanage.
Oh,
that's
God,
nice.
So nice. So here we are. Look, we've done embroideries, and what I've done is cut the excess wadding off the back.
So the wadding is just now the shape of the cloth.
So this is going to be a pin cushion, so we don't need anything dodgy, anything else in there, because we want the pins to go in beautifully.
Of course.
But we don't want the pins to go through to the back. Of our hands.
Yes.
So what we're going to do is get your milk cartons.
Right, okay.
Going to recycle the world here, darling. Take your milk cartons and the flattish bit, and you're going to use, we're loving Sharpie pens, and you're going to other makes, but they're not, they don't work. And you're going to trace your pattern with your pen that doesn't smudge.
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to cut them out. Now,
You've done one already.
I've done one already, but I'm quite vicious with my pin, so I would double this up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's easy.
Because it's on your wrist, isn't it?
It's on the wrist,
Because if it fitted me, if I didn't have such fat wrists, I'd be wearing this one.
Yeah, so it's on your wrist. So what you're going to do is you're going to put, I put a little bit of wadding as well, and your little plastic circle in your fabric again.
All the instructions are in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you're going to I'll do it that way around, and you're just going to gather round and fasten up tight.
Right.
Nice and tightly. So that's just a gather. Now, some people gather with leaving the ends and not at the end. I don't love that. Not a fan of that. I want you to have a knot, cast on 3 stitches, and then gather round.
Yes.
And that's a much better way of doing it. And you're going to do exactly the same thing with your clock face.
Right.
Okay, so you're going to do exactly the same thing. That's
but not with the plastic, not with the plastic
just wadding. So you're going to do exactly the same thing. You're just going to fold it round. So you can use the plastic as a guide.
Yes.
Which is very lovely. So you can gather round.
But don't iron it with the plastic.
But take the plastic out.
Yes.
Which is very exciting. Yes. So you've got your front and your back, which is very easy, because that's lovely. That's very nice. So what you're going to do now is make your handle, which is very lovely. This is the strap that goes around your wrist. And we're using wool felt.
Okay.
Because it's really strong and really, really lovely. But we're going to put a piece of tape, all in the kit. We're going to put a bit of tape across through the middle of the wool felt. Now, this tape may vary, but it's all East of India. It's really beautiful tape. So we've got the dots and we've got the stripes. So that's the stripy one. I'm not quite sure.
Yes, that's the stripy one.
The stripy one. So it is East of India. It is all East of India.
I'll tell you, mine's got the...
What's yours got? It's not in there. I've taken it out to use on here.
You've used it on there.
I've used it. But that's not a problem. So it is gorgeous.
You won't be getting this one. This is mine.
Yes. But it is gorgeous tape, so don't worry about that. It's a very beautiful tape. So just to decorate the edges of the tape, we're going to blanket stitch around the outside edge, and you get a couple of strands of cotton embroidery in a beige colour. So you're just going to blanket stitch around the outside edge. Now, there's all a little bit of a quirkiness coming up now. So don't forget, with my patterns, I do quirky things, so it makes it easier, but you've got to do as the pattern says.
Yes.
So you're going to blanket stitch around, and this blanket stitching really is just decorative. I just love to have nice little decorations, but it also makes your wool a bit more secure.
Yes.
So, okay.
Julie in London says, good morning, John and Mandy. It's lovely to have you two both back together. I've made the watch pin cushion, and it's so pretty. I can't use it. Oh, it's so pretty, I can't use it.
Well, actually, I've got quite a few of them, haven't I? And I don't know, some get fat, some get thin. You know, that's life.
That's life. Well, look at us.
Look at us. Something. So, which is rather lovely. Now we're going to make the base around the outside of the pin cushion.
Yes.
Okay. And what you're going to do, you've got this lovely iron-on little thick interfacing.
Yes, that was in there,
you're going to place that on your linen, the wrong side of your linen, and you're going to fold it over, and you're going to tack it in position. Okay. So I've tacked it in position beautifully. You're going to then decorate this edge here with a little stitch, and this one is called herringbone.
Is that on here? Because I was going to say, don't worry about all these stitches.
They're all on there.
They're all on these. I love Mandy's
yeah.
instructions because I'll just show you the other way up. Sorry. All the different.
Oh yeah, I've got the diagrams.
Details, the diagrams, the instructions. You get all of this in the kit. You see, it's fantastic. You've not seen the rest. So look, there's everything. Loads and loads of instructions and pictures and drawings and everything.
That's gorgeous. So this.
Good morning, John. Lovely to have my favourite presenter back on this morning from Sheila in the Borders. Thank you. Oh no, mentioning you, Sheila. This is Mandy.
No upstaging me, John, please.
I would never upstage you.
No.
I could never upstage you.
So this is my little tip for herringbone.
Yes.
I always go off-pieced.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
is that because you're wobbly?
I'm a bit wobbly. And so what I want you to do is put a line through the middle of this little thing you've made here.
Yeah.
I've used this little sew line pencil.
How did you get that?
I found it on the table. Out there.
I don't know if we've got the white one in stock. They're £9.95. Check the website. They're coming yellow, green, pink, white and black.
But you could have used, I wouldn't have used a pencil, I don't want to use anything that can be seen, so that's why I found it on the table.
Yes, but that's got a rubber on the end there, so you can rub it out, and it's also take it off with a wet
I'm not
cloth.
Keen on that colour.
What, the pink or the
Yeah,
white?
I don't like that colour. I like reds. So anyway, so we're going to do a herringbone stitch. So what I love to do is this. Let me just do one of them. Right, we're going to, as I do a stitch, as I come out, I'm going to aim to be coming out at that opposite where I've started.
Yes.
So I'm going to go in a bit and come out opposite where I started. And if you have the middle line there, you get a really good stitch. So where I came out, I'm going down, and I'm going to come back in over here. So this is just a herringbone stitch. And actually, any stitch you love can be used on here. You could do anything you like. You could even put another little piece of tape, but I just think that the stitching was rather lovely, okay? So the middle line just helps me keep it all straight and on target.
Even though you're a little bit off-piece.
Yes, even though. And actually, I rather like off-piece, do you know I do, because off-piece means that it's handmade and it's individual. So it's not a problem with that at all. So there we are. We'll have decorated. I'll just whip to the end on that. Now, if you're going to in this kit, which is unusual, you've actually also got the tape measure. So normally I sell the kits with only the wristwatch in.
Oh.
But just for us here, we've got the tape measure as well. So that's why it's slightly different.
What's the time then now?
It's 10 to 2.
Oh, is it? Oh, yes.
So there, I'll just leave that there for a second.
Yeah.
So we've got our nice wrap around here. Now, if you were going to make the the pin cushion, you would join these two together, these ends together with a little stitch.
Yes.
But actually, I'm going to show you both ways of
Technique.
making it.
Yes, exactly. Because we've got a quilt and a sewing wrap to get to.
Yes. So it's nice and easy. This is just ignore the fact that I do use two different colour threads. This is just a sample. Okay. Yeah. So that's my my pincushion top or my tape measure top. If you're going to use a tape measure, when you put this thing on, you just leave the gap. Look at that. So that can come out of there.
Okay.
It's beautifully. But it's exactly the same difference.
All that comes in the kit. All that comes in the kit.
Yes. Let me just pin that.
And it's enough for both of them. It's not either or, is it?
Oh, no, it's for both.
You get both. You get both for £19.95. You get the watch pin cushion. Oh, yeah, now look, it doesn't say that on the graphics. You get both.
You get both. You definitely get both. You definitely get both. So we've got circles and a wraparound and another circle. Now I'm going to show you how to put the circles on because they're very, very easy. Always use double thread.
Do you put plastic in the back of this one as well?
No, you don't have to put plastic in the back of this one. I actually like a little bit of plastic if you choose to because it makes it firm, but you've not got a problem at all because the button will be on the front.
And what happens if you don't drink milk?
You can have orange juice, darling.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And think in a plastic carton.
Yes.
You being a bit fussy today?
No, just thinking what else comes in a plastic carton.
Milk.
Yes.
Just milk. Right, okay, so watch this space.
Oh, I'm watching.
So we've got our circle base, our base, and we're going to have to stick a circle on the top.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what Mandy does. She puts it on top beautifully. What were you thinking?
We've gone into the third. This is what Mandy does.
Oh, no, I do that a lot because then it saves me. If I go wrong, it's not my fault.
Not totally your fault.
So I'm just going to pin
what are you pinning it into then?
I'm pinning the base into the side like that, just to give me a little guideline. I use quite chunky pins so that I can see. You could do north, south, east, west. Now that fits beautifully.
Yeah.
Live on TV.
Mandy said it would do, didn't she?
But sometimes they don't have to, because they're handmade and you might have made it with different fabric than I've given you and things.
Just ease it in.
So just ease it in. We love the word ease in. Yes. And now my favourite stitch of all time is a ladder stitch.
Okay. And this thread, even this thread is included in the kit.
This is just ordinary sewing.
Oh, that's just ordinary thread. I saw some beige thread.
Yeah, and the beige thread was for the decorating of that.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So watch this carefully.
Okay,
so,
right, here we go.
Here we go. This is a ladder stitch, and once you know a ladder stitch, you're going to be so empowered. Okay, so you're going to shimmy through the bottom.
Yeah.
And where you come out, I've got the matching thread, which is bad for TV. I'm sorry about that. You shimmy through the top. So you're making a stitch that looks like a ladder.
Oh, so you never go through both of them at the same time?
No. Oops. Oh. Here we go. So let's just do that. Okay. It would go against my grain to use a different colour thread on this, but it's good for you to see. It's good for you to use your eyes first thing in the morning. So here we go again. You're going to shimmy across the bottom.
Yes, you do get the tape measure. Somebody's messaging saying, do you get the tape measure?
Yes, of course you do. Yeah, you do. Any tape measures
Mandy's
work.
an inspiration to me and love her quirky way of doing things.
Quirky. Yeah, I am quirky, darling.
It makes it very interesting. It's lovely to see you two together.
It keeps people on their toes.
Yes.
Do you see what I'm doing?
I'm watching.
Are you watching good? So it creates a little ladder. Do you see the little ladder? And that's why it's called ladder stitch. And then...
Are you in single thread or double thread?
Always double. This is ordinary sewing cotton to try and match beautifully. And when you pull it up tight, it's a magic thread. So watch this. You can see a few stitches there, I'm sure. When you pull it up tight. Oh, look at that. There you go.
And you can do that because it's a ladder stitch, because it's just running through.
So that's what you do for a tape measure, look.
Yeah.
But if you were doing the pin cushion, you just do something slightly different. You put your handle that you'd already prepared.
Now, I need to ask a question here. Can you make if you've got larger wrists like what I have, can you make the strap a bit longer?
Oh, absolutely. I've made this strap to fit me, and I'm chunky. I'm agricultural.
You're not.
No, agricultural, that's what I am. But I'm gorgeous.
Are you a farmer's daughter?
I'm not a farmer's daughter at all, but I'm agricultural.
Okay.
So
hang on, you've put the strap through...
So I put the strap through the middle. So this is for... I've actually got a tape measure, and ignore the tape measure.
Yeah, but if that's the pin cushion...
Yes, if you look at the pin cushion...
Oh, we can look at it on the real one, can't we, then?
Okay. So the strap would just go through the middle. So
when you get to... So I can understand when you ladder stitch around there...
So what you do is you're going to ladder stitch the bottom first, and then you're just going to go around and ladder stitch where the handle is. So I'll just do that just to show you what I mean by that.
Yeah, obviously Mandy's got the tape measure one on her hand at the moment. She's just showing because it's the same technique for both the pin cushion and the...
And the diagram, there's wonderful diagrams in the pattern. Ignore the tape measure. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ladder stitch that piece in place, and I would turn it over and I would ladder stitch that piece in place.
I see.
So that makes that makes your nice little...
Perfect.
Now, the only thing I want to say to you is if you've got a little quirkiness, this is the lovely secret in life.
Yes.
If you have a little quirkiness, like perhaps this is not as neat as we'd love it to be, then you do a little chain stitch.
Oh.
And if it still doesn't work, you do a second row of chain stitches. So any quirkinesses, like round here, any gaps or things that you don't quite love, a little row of chain stitch will just finish the job and make it look more professional.
And then the fastenings come in the pack, those buttons come in the pack.
Beautiful poppers, you're not mentioning my lovely poppers.
They're lovely, your poppers.
Wonderful. My poppers are lovely. From France. Look at that.
Now, I also noticed it. I was going to say, in the pack, you also get two tiny heart-shaped buttons. But I can see them now. They're in the middle there.
It's for the little middle bit there.
Perfect.
And then you get the buttons for the end of the tape measure and for the winder, on the clock, and also for the back here.
Oh, and the heart's there.
Yeah. Okay.
Heart's in there. Right. Let's move on. Okay.
That's gorgeous. So you've done that. So that's easy. That's people might think it's more difficult than it actually is. It always works, and people always make them. So let's put them to one side because exciting things are happening now.
Now.
Oh my goodness.
I love this, and I love Gordon the Goat. I love Gordon the Goat. Now, we're doing a kit, aren't we?
Yeah, a whole kit, complete. You don't need anything in your kit at all. You don't need to buy anything extra in your kit at all.
So, here's the kit.
Yeah.
That was yours, I think.
Thank you, Dad.
It's lovely fabric.
It's gorgeous, yeah, beautiful fabric.
So all the fabric you need,
yes,
away from the seagull fabric there,
yeah.
It's all in the kit,
absolutely,
isn't it?
And the backing as well. We've put the fleece in as well. Yeah,
and this is the fleece
as well.
This is the fleece you get as the backing.
Yeah.
That's
It's gorgeous. Now, this is a quick fix for a weekend. I call it Brighton Beach throw. Did you know on the 16th of June is National Picnic Week?
Oh, is it? That's my friend Davinia's birthday, 16th of June.
And so this is the perfect picnic blanket. It's not a precision piece of work.
Yes.
It's just for a quick throw together, and beginners can make it and more experienced can make it. And if you want to make it more beautiful than it is, I've got ideas for that as well.
Perfect.
Okay.
So let's do it.
So it's very exciting. And I have made thousands of these. I have got hundreds of these. You're going to have 10 pieces of fabric in your kit. 10.
Right.
You need to put them into 2 piles of 5.
Right.
Okay.
Are they the same?
No, they can be different. This is your choice. There can be a different combination. You obviously wouldn't want 2 of the same one in each stack.
That's what I meant. So you've got 2 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those.
Yeah. So and then actually, I've put some more expensive fabric in, so you might only have 1. But it doesn't matter because you're making 2 sets of 5 blocks.
Okay.
So I only want you to do 5 at a time because you can't get the rotary cutter through more than 5 unless you're very experienced. Okay. Very, very important. So these are important tips. Right. The fabrics must be laid down with a pattern side facing you.
Right, on all 5 of them.
If you wanted to make this bigger, you can add some more denims and checks to it, so you make a bigger throw. But the patterns must be facing you. Right. Then don't forget, you can use denim on the wrong side, and then you get 2 colours, which is very, very exciting. Okay. So only 5. You can't use 6, 7, or 8. You've got to have only 5. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
If you're not confident enough to cut 5 at the same time, you can still cut it up 1 at a time.
I've only got 4.
Oh no! 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Well, that's fine. That's not a problem. I can sort this out. It's no problem at all.
You've got the denim missing.
Let me have
gingham
a check. Yes, gingham.
You licking mine then?
Yes, I'm licking yours. That's gorgeous. Well, only just one of those. Perfect.
Oh, there are 2 in there.
Yeah, I'll do it on the plainer side so you can see. So you need 5 and do as you're told, not as I've just done.
Right.
So you've got to prepare your pattern next, okay?
Yes.
So you don't know where I'm going with this, but it's wonderful. And I just sellotaped it together.
Right,
I've joined it. It's all in your kit. It's all in there, so don't need to worry about that. And I'm going to pin the pattern down, but I would tend to use flat pins if you can, because you're going to rotary cutter across this. Now, at this stage in life, at this present stage in life, you can have the kids running around, the dog barking.
This is how it comes, and you've cut this one out, you've cut this one out. What's this? Oh, that's just you.
Just me, yeah.
That's you looking very seductive.
Seductive, yeah.
And you've cut them out and you've stuck those 2 together there. Show Mandy looking seductive at the bottom there. So you stuck those 2 together to make your one pattern.
I need a rotary cutter.
You've got a hat on, that's not a hair.
It's a dandelion, darling. Don't go down that road. Don't go down that road. Okay, so watch this space. Okay, so at this stage, it's all very rough still. So if you're new with rotary cutters, or you could actually cut this out with scissors.
I was going to say, because I'm a scissor boy.
It does not matter. So I'm going to use a rotary cutter. But look, these flat pins are stunning. I wouldn't like to use waste this inch of fabric here. So you can be a bit more careful how you put your...
so you've gone through...
5 layers.
And the paper as well?
Yes, put in the paper as well, or what I would have done. I have used different weights of fabric in here, which you wouldn't do in patchwork normally. Right. I've got denim, and I've got a lovely thick baggy fabric there, canvasy, and I've got denim. I've got ordinary cottons as well. Yeah. So you're going to cut around the outside square first, okay?
Going through the paper because you've got the lines around the outside. I'm going to step away. She's got the lines of the actual finish of the block.
Perhaps you can't see that, but actually, you don't even have to the paper pattern. When you've done this 2-3 times, you could do this without having the paper pattern on. So that's not a problem, okay? So that's gorgeous. These strips can be used if you recycle things, but we'll just put them to one side for a moment. Yeah. Now, this is the secret of life, okay? You're now going to cut the pattern pieces up on their lines, so you have to be quite disciplined at the second. Okay. And again, it doesn't matter if you go off, you go quirky, and it doesn't matter if you go off piece. But what we don't want you to, sorry, John, I'm going to...
I'll step back.
What we don't want you to do, we don't want you to, definitely don't want you to move them around so they're out of order. Yes. Because you might not know how to get back.
Exactly.
In space. Got a little bit of a blunt blade just there. That's okay. And the last one is here, which I'm just going to have to move again because I don't want you to get into the habit of moving things around too much.
Right.
Right, let's just pin that. So this could all be cut with scissors as well, don't forget. Right, so push it, put it back. Very important that you put it back. Very, very, very important that you put it back.
Okay.
Gorgeous. Okay.
Right.
Now concentrate. Concentrate. Okay. Take a pattern
You
piece.
should be on Britain's Got Talent, really, shouldn't you?
Oh, why? Was it a performance? Oh, I could do. Is it a performance art?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you're going to do is take these off. I would just tuck them underneath, so you know what numbers they are. But I do know what numbers they are, so we shouldn't really worry too much about that.
Yeah, you drew it. You should do.
Yeah, I should do. And put that one over the centre. That's your centre one. Okay.
Right.
Number 1 stays completely normal. So concentrate really carefully.
Right, I'm watching.
Number 2, I know this is number 2 because it's on here. I've written it down. Take one off and put it underneath.
Oh, it's like a magic trick.
Yes, okay.
Right.
This is number 3. Take two off and put them underneath. Just take 2 off. Now, don't do as you're told. Just take off what you have to. Don't accidentally take 3 off and then try and flick it back in.
Yes.
It won't work.
Right.
It doesn't work. So that one there, and the final one.
That was 3.
Yeah. Now that's cool. So now there you are.
Oh, wow.
So each block now will be completely different. Oops. Each block will be completely different.
Yes.
But can I just reiterate this point? You must do that really well.
Yes.
Really well. You can't take 2 off and put it back and think, oh, I don't like this. And you can also say to yourself, oh, I don't like 3 blues together. Tough to do.
Oh, don't.
That's okay. That's okay. Surely that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fine. That's fine. It's okay. And so you can't suddenly say to yourself, oh, I'm a bit fussy, I don't like those two together. You've no choice. Okay.
No choice.
Right, okay. So what you're going to do now is very, very exciting. Again, no skills required on the sewing machine. You don't have to worry about what you're doing, but you must concentrate again here. I'm going to take a block number 1 and number 2.
Right, now that's what I was going to say. Is there an order?
Yes, yeah. So 1 sews to 2, 2 sews to 3, 3 sews to 4.
Oh, okay.
So the danger zone is now, watch, when I take that one off there and put it onto here, did you see I did that naturally?
Yes.
I didn't take it off and turned it round.
Yes.
I took it off and sat it on, and I'm just going to put a pin in the middle of that, just because we're at speed here.
Yes.
Okay.
But you've now got to remember that you've got 1 and 2.
Yeah, but so don't think about it. Don't think about that, and don't look at it either.
I'm not looking.
Because you don't want to do. I think what happens is some people think too much. Okay. So watch this. You put it back.
Yes.
That's what you're going to do. You put it back on.
Right.
And then you go to number 3.
Do you press this?
No, I wouldn't press anything today because it's all dangerous edges. You start pressing, you'll get lumps and filth.
Okay.
This is a quick fix, so you can finger press it.
Yeah.
But I don't want you taking it away anywhere.
Right.
We'll press the blocks and they're made. Right. So put it back on.
Yes.
And take number 3.
And put number 3 on.
Yes. So do you see what I mean by don't think too carefully?
Yes.
Because it's dangerous. And so you really need a tray by the side of your. At the side of the sewing machine with these on, if you're sewing on the dinner table, make sure that the cat or the kids don't get to these things.
Good morning, John. You're looking brilliant as always. So excited to see this show. I just love, in capital letters, Mandy and you together. I've bought the watch project. Well done. That's at Nicola in Oxfordshire.
Oh, bless her. So it's going back on. This is the secret. Always. And the seam allowance, we'd like sort of 1/4 inch seam allowance. No problem. Doesn't matter. Okay. So take this one here, place it on. So so if you pick that up, you'd suddenly panic. In the workshops, they panic thinking, oh, I've got 2 the same.
Yes.
I quickly move it.
Don't.
Yes, they get all panicky when I wander around, thinking, "Oh gosh, she's going to be cross with me." But just stick to the block you're doing.
Yes.
Okay. This is called stack and. Is it called stack and whack? I think, or something like that.
What?
Stack and whack, I think.
Okay.
And I'm just going to make one block to show you. So you always put it back on, and that one goes on there. And make sure your seams are all pressing the right way, going the right way, not pressing. And at the end, you can then press. Okay.
Let's get the iron out. Rachel, oh my goodness, I love Mandy. She's so funny. That's from Rachel.
That might not be I hope that's not my cousin.
Oh, it could be.
I've got a wonderful cousin, Rachel. So this is block 1. And I'm just going to do one of them so you can see. Now, if suddenly the dinner needed to be stirred,
yes,
okay,
or the phone rang.
yes, what you quickly do is pin these together. You don't, because I'm not going to do all the blocks, because that'd be very dull and very uninspiring for you. But I'm going to quickly pin them all together. It wouldn't be. You're saying it would be gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just going to overlap them so they know. So that's how I would store my blocks, like that.
Brilliant.
Okay. So now let me just show you. This block has a quirky edge all over the place. Do you see this?
Yes.
All creative and meant to be.
Oh, okay.
Not a problem at all. Yeah. I don't want you matching seams or doing it, because I've made them bigger than you need. I'm going to cut them down. So I made you cut, I think they're 16-inch squares, and we're going to cut it down to a 14 or even a 12 if you have to. Okay, so let's give that a little press.
Well, okay, while you do that, I'll just show at home the finished.
Yeah.
I'm gonna...
And I want to show you the cushion as well.
So this is one block that we're seeing here.
One block.
Now this is slightly different fabrics, isn't it, than yours?
No, you have that in your kit. You have that. In your
you got that.
Yes,
because there's a lovely needle cord
there's
there.
Two sets of fabrics.
So that's your block there.
That's your block there.
Yeah. Don't forget you do get the fleece as well for the background. Okay, moving on.
So watch this now. So what you're going to do, it's a really handy little tool to have in your kit, would be the 12-inch rule. And we're going to, when you've made all 5, you're going to stack them together, and the smallest one, because they will be slightly different, you put on top, and you're going to cut this willy-nilly, so it doesn't really matter. I'm going to try and get as much as I can, so I can get a 12.5-inch square out of this. Okay. Oops. So this is the time now that you have to... This is the time now that you have to...
You all right?
Yeah, no, I've just tightened it up. This is the time now that you have to be accurate. So we want these blocks to be very gorgeous. So if you didn't have one of these squares, that's not a problem. You just have to measure it yourself. So this is the only time in the block that you have to be accurate.
I must just say, we've got so many messages. Sorry if we don't read out your messages. There are just so many messages coming through, as always when Mandy's on.
Right, so.
Susan, good morning, dynamic duo. What a pleasure to watch Mandy in her quirky bits. I've made so many of your 2 become 1 bags.
Oh gosh, that's a wonderful bag.
And then she says, I've just ordered, and then we ran out of letters, so I don't know what she's just ordered. But thank you, Susan.
So watch this space. So that is now a 12.5-inch square, beautiful block. And you could decorate it. So there, I've done other crazy quilts. You could decorate with rick-rack and braids and all sorts of things.
Oh, don't talk to Jay about rick-rack.
No,
Terry says, what a brilliantly simple pattern. So enjoying your giggles. Terry, love Terry.
Well, Terry, it is simple, but you have to do as you're told. That little stage in your life there, beautifully. Don't worry about anything about this, but just keep that lightly pressed. If you use fine fabrics and you think they're wobbling a bit, give it a bit of a spray starch.
Yes.
Now, I want to show you the quilt, because I want to talk to you about this very importantly. When you lay this out, when you've made all of your 9 blocks, you will have 1 spare, which I'll explain what you can do with that in a second. But I don't know if this is going to be very obvious. I want to show you something wonderful.
Yes.
When you lay these blocks up, people, ideally, we don't want 2 blocks touching each other. So like, yes. I think I've got 1 or 2 reds touching somewhere. I noticed just here, but because they're cord, they slightly twist around. It's not too much of a problem. But the secret is to find your block which has the most dominant fabric in it.
Right.
So in this quilt here, the most dominant fabric that was standing out to me was the dark dot.
Oh, okay.
So what I did is kept all the dark dots to the corners.
Oh, yes.
Do you see? And then it balances the quilt.
Oh.
I could have had, I've got lots of red. This is quite dominant, but I had lots of red red check. But the red dot was only 4 of them, 5 of them. I've kept 1 back, I'll show you.
Yeah.
So I try and keep your dominant one to the corners.
That's a good idea.
And that lays out really beautifully. Okay?
Go on. Yes, I was just going to say, looking at this one now.
Okay, so what would this be? It will actually be on this block would be this one here.
Yes.
It just so happens that when you put the quilt together, you will have a red one, a dark red one, and it looks strange in the middle. So close your eyes, squint your eyes, and you'll see which is dominant.
But once you've made them all up, you can move them, keep moving them around, because you might have them all with that in the corner and then go, oh, but that doesn't quite work.
Absolutely,
just move them around.
And remember what your border is going to be like. Your border is going to be denim. We've given you nearly a metre of denim in here, okay? So that's very lovely. It works together. You join it together quite lovingly. If you've cut it nice and neatly, they go together nicely.
Yeah.
But you have 1 block spare.
Now, this one's slightly different to this one.
That's because I flipped the denim the other way.
Okay.
Look.
Okay, here.
So you can ring the changes. I think the more choices you have, the better it looks when you lay it out. You've got 10 lovely fabrics in here. So what you do then, you see, is we're going to use fleece for our backing. Fleece for our backing.
Got the fleece. Got the fleece.
Yeah. And what we're going to use is spray adhesive.
Yeah, we've got spray adhesive on the website.
But what's the big secret of spray adhesive, John? You do not spray your quilt. You only spray the backing.
Oh.
Or the wadding, or in this case, the wadding. And it sticks beautifully.
Why is that?
Because if you spray your quilt and you splurge,
yes,
you might get a mark.
I think there's a name for that, isn't there?
Is there?
Okay. Yeah,
okay.
That's it.
So this is a perfect size. You can manage this size with spraying, but a quilt bigger than this, you need 2 people to help you. Okay. Right. So you have 1 block left.
Oh, because there's 10 fabrics.
Blocks. Yes. And so out of your 1 block, you make a spare cushion. Do you see?
Or, right now, I'm going to say or now. If you're going to the beach, you could make a little tote bag out of it.
You could, but more exciting than that. So you will have some strips left from your cutting.
Oh, yes.
So that's how you make the extra bit for your cushion. Do you see that? You most probably haven't got quite enough to do 2 seagulls. The kit's only really for this quilt here.
Yes.
But the idea is that you could...
So there's enough in there to make one, definitely make one seagull.
You could do 2 if you're quite crafty with it, but it's only meant to be the 1 seagull with his little legs and things here.
Is it felt?
It is a felt. It's a wool coat felting.
I was going to say, because a lot of people that watch have a stash.
Stashes,
and also they might want to put their seagull in a pattern or something.
Yeah, and of course you can put decorations and wings and all sorts of gorgeous things on this. I kept it quite basic and simple. Okay. But the other wonderful, lovely thing you can do with this is, with your spare block, is make it into a quillo, which is a bag.
A quillo?
So what you do is you pin this, you put a backing onto this, and you pin it onto the top middle of your quilt.
Yeah.
And when you fold your quilt up, it folds into the bag.
Oh.
So it could be a pillow. People. So it could be a pillow, or we put handlers on it. It could be a quilt in the bag.
You're just making this up.
So this, don't forget, it will be, you're going to bag it out, make it a bit larger, bag it out. You're going to put it on that way down in the middle of the quilt. The quilt then folds up beautifully like this. Yeah. Folds up and up again, and it folds into the bag, inside out, and then you've got...
How brilliant. But I'd want it on show the whole time. Can I just warn you, we are selling out of these fast, both the watch thing and the quilt, so please be careful.
And so the last thing I want to talk to you beautifully is about, you need to quilt these things. The 2 layers won't stay together on their own. You have to quilt
it. Is there anything in between?
No wadding. Okay, no wadding whatsoever. And so I just put a walking foot on the sewing machine, and I've just quilted in the ditch on the 9 big squares, and then in the middle square.
So do you do that before you put...
No, when it's all together.
When it's all together.
It feels very uncomfortable for me to embellish this.
Right.
So I will embellish this with buttons and all sorts of little sayings and things. And I might draw a lovely little sea waves around one corner. I will continue to embellish.
I thought you were leaving this one for me.
I will continue to embellish. So I do love the idea that I'm a great embellisher.
Of course. So this is just the instructions of how to do your border are in the instructions.
Absolutely bordered. And I've actually done a mitered bordered on here.
Yes.
Because the fabric dictates that you can, and I've got instructions for that as well. So, but you don't have to do that if it bothers you, but there's a great little diagram for that.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks lovely. So there you are. It's simple. You could do this in a weekend. Absolutely do this in a weekend. Make a quilt top one day, get dinner sorted and wash a bit of X Factor, and then on Sunday you can quilt
Britain's Got Talent.
Yeah, Britain's Got Talent, yes.
I was going to say something very important then.
It's gone.
It's gone.
So there you are. So a lovely, and I love the idea of when you go for a picnic, make a big deal of it.
Yes,
yes. If you go on the beach, make sure you've got all the bits that everyone can look at and be jealous about.
And can you wash this?
Oh, absolutely, totally washable. And it actually, I would say, even better with a good wash. They snug up a bit. Gorgeous. Wonderful.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with that. Yeah.
And has the seagull got a name?
Gordon.
Right, okay. Right, we've got 10 minutes left, and we've still got to show our final project
this is
of the hour.
Wonderful. This is just lovely. I'm very, very pleased with this. I keep saying that, don't I? I'm very, very, very pleased with this. This is an oilcloth sewing roll.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a sewing roll. I know we've had lots of these from me, but this is what I do all my life. It could be a jewellery roll or a little thing you take away in your travel bags for your tablets and pills and little wet ones and combs and things like that. It's got a little zippy pocket here.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Little zippy pocket here. It's got a little pocket here for pencils. Very good. It's very beautiful fabric. It's the bee's knees.
It's oilcloth.
It's oilcloth. Yes. Oilcloth.
Now, the first question I'll have is people will ask, do you need a special needle to stitch oilcloth?
No. You just do need like a size 14 needle in it. You do need, and you don't even need. I was just been beautifully sent a special foot for my machine. But you don't even need that, I promise you. The only thing is, the only problem you have with oilcloth is if you're sewing on the oilcloth. And generally speaking, you're not, because you've got it right size together.
Oh, okay.
You see.
Okay.
So watch this space. This is very, very lovely.
Just have a look what you get in the... Oh, sorry. Oh. Yeah. What you get in the kit there. Oh, yeah, loads of fabric in this one, don't you? And a zip and rick-rack and buttons and... all sorts of stuff there, all for £26.95.
It's not cheap. This is the bee's knees. This has just arrived. This comes from this is Moda. This just all arrived, and it's wonderful stuff. So what you're going to do, brand spanking new. So what you're going to do is you mustn't get frightened of the word zip.
No, no,
because this is Mandy. This is Mandy we're talking about. Yes. So what you're going to do, you're going to cut all your lovely bits out.
I was going to say, they don't come cut out.
No, but I've prepped it for you.
Yeah,
so it's 8x4, 8x10. So you're going to fold them all in half beautifully as instructed. Look, you see like this. And this is the little secret, because we've got a fold on here, a nice firm fold. So when we put a zip in, that firm fold will sit against the zip. You wouldn't even need to pin it. It sits against the zip. It's just delicious.
And you just stitched in with a zipper foot?
Stitch it in with a zipper foot. I'm going to do that quickly for you in a second if I've got time, but I'll just show you how it works. So honestly, the girls that do this now know, I promise you it's true. It's like butter. It goes beautifully. No slipping around, no having to fold and turn inside out.
Yeah.
The folded edge sits in against that. And I'll show you that in a second. So that's one pocket done, okay?
Yes. So that's this bit at the end here. We've just done it. We'll do a mirror image.
Yes.
So that's this pocket here.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right, but I'm working back.
You're working back to front, yeah.
And then this got a little bit of oilcloth, and what we would just do is put a little bit of tape on the end of there, and that would go in the middle there. So I'll just go through it beautifully. And then we've got a lovely piece of, look at this, that would just go in the middle there. And then we've got these wonderful...
Is that French tape?
It's all French again, yeah.
Because we had that in red, didn't we, when we did the bag last time?
It's beautiful. And then, rather than tucking under these seams and having ugly seams, look at this French again. That goes on there to cover that beautifully.
Just to make excuses to go to France to do the shopping then?
No, I have a rep. We do have a rep come to us.
That's been nice to go to,
Well, the Droguerie in France and Lille, Paris and Lille, is a spectacular haberdashery shop. So that's good. So none of this is, you can see, you should have considered this all incredibly easy. That one would go on that side as well. And we're going to decorate these edges here.
So it's quite simple.
So absolutely, there's nothing difficult about this at all. You might want to make a little heart I've done there, which will be folded up and put in there. And what I want to just make sure that people are aware of, I can come back to the zip, but I just want to make sure when you put this your oilcloth on there underneath, and you sew that together, that's another pocket there.
Yes, I was going to say, where does this one come from?
People think, oh my goodness, she's got it too long, let's cut it off. But that is your pocket. That is a pocket.
How dare they even think that?
A pocket there. So let me just quickly, can I put the zip on?
The zipper foot's in the top cupboard up there. Barbara from Prestatyn, always go there on holiday. John and Mandy, hello John and Mandy from sunny Prestatyn. Just placed my first order and I'm so excited to receive it. Just love the show. You're so inspirational.
Oh, Mandy. Good. That's very lovely for her. Right, I'm just going to move this zipper foot over a little bit. That's it. Okay, it's going. It takes a little while. Did you hear the little noises? So when you use a zipper foot,
there's 71 needle thingies on that.
Yeah, I know. And actually, that is an amazing asset to have. We couldn't find it last time. Do you remember? Yeah. We couldn't find it, but it is an amazing asset. Don't forget, lots of zipper feet look different. All look slightly different. So don't be put off by this. Right. I'm not even going to use a pin. You don't have to use a pin, honestly, because I've pressed this beautifully.
Yes.
And I've got a nice zip here, which will
sit. You've got the folded edge.
Yes, folded edge with zipping beautifully. And I'm going to put that up against my zipper foot there. Now, wouldn't you necessarily use? I'm just going to position needle down.
Yes.
Because that's very lovely for us. And I'm just going to go beautifully. I would use matching thread. Now, what I've incorporated into this. Into this. Is my brass strap showing, John?
No, not your brass strap, your microphone.
What I've incorporated into this is if you have a little problem with putting your zip in, you won't. I promise you won't. And we're going to put a little bit of tape on top so that it actually covers any discrepancies in life. So I'll show you that.
All right, then. You need to check out your baskets on all 3 items.
Look. Did you see me? Look. Just look. It's wonderful.
Can I tell you, just briefly, sorry, there's only 9 of the quilts left. There's only 9 of the quilts left. So there are more people got it in their baskets, so it'll be sold out. It'll be sold out. As soon as you check out, it'll be sold out. There's more of you have got in your baskets than we have got available. So only 9 of you will get it.
Sorry, you're very loud today, John. You're very loud. Yes, darling. I'm concentrating beautifully here, and you're talking about checking out baskets. It's so exciting. I was going to say to you, it's really sad that I can't make more of these kits. I make hundreds of these kits, lots of these kits, you know. But it's not you're right. I've got these wonderful girls just 2 wonderful girls that work for me, and they've been making kits. Even Mel's come in late at night to help pack kits up. So it's a cottage industry.
It is. I'm being very quiet now.
Oh, no, darling, you're beautiful. But I was concentrating over there. So watch this space. Okay.
So when you're in the workroom, nobody can speak.
No, they can.
You did like Jean Muir.
Oh, no, I like it when I like to concentrate when I'm in with the zipper foot on. And you were very loud.
That's me, John. You were very loud, John, so shut up.
Shut up, sorry.
Right, okay. That zip's too long.
Now, I don't.
Too long.
We're not dressmakers, are we?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Okay.
So what do we do?
Chop it off.
Yes. You don't chop zips off as your dressmaker, it itches.
Yes.
But I can have a 26-inch zip in there. If you've got one in your drawer, use it.
Yes.
Okay. So what are you going to do?
Really?
And I'm being totally bossy. I don't know what comes over me.
You're always bossy. What do you mean am I being bossy? Everybody loves it when you shout at me.
Oh, do they? Yes. I don't really mind you being loud.
What?
Watch.
I'm watching.
So this is the exciting bit. So we will actually pin this down. We've got enough pin cushions on this table.
Now, then,
yeah. Okay. Because we want it to stay in place.
Yes.
But I want you to that zip was beautiful.
Yes.
It's gorgeous. So you're going to put that in there. Now on the quilt, the little pattern here, you'll see I decorated the zipper side with tape.
Rick rack.
So we can put that on as well, but I won't do that now.
French rick rack.
And now we're going to use this lovely tape here.
Hello, Mandy and John. What a hoot you 2 are. Great way to start the day.
Oh, no.
Sandra.
Oh, so I've got to...
Sandra, shut up. She's on the machine. She's on the machine. We have to be quiet when she's on the machine.
Because this isn't my machine. You don't understand how clever we girls are to skip from machines at home to come over to here and... Now, let me just tell you, we're using... I didn't mention this foam interfacing. Absolutely in love with it. Absolutely in love with it. Does that come in the kit? It comes in the kit. Absolutely in love with it. And it sews like a dream. But if you've got a walking foot at home, I do want you to use your walking foot.
Do you need to use a walking foot to use it then? Do you need a
No, you don't. Don't forget, I don't with my machine. But if you've got a walking foot, I'm not allowed to mention brands. I've not got one here. But if you've got a walking foot, use it. Okay, because it stops any slight pulling of the fabric. Yeah. Because it is foamy, isn't it? It's like a quilt. You would always put a quilt together with a walking foot, wouldn't you, John? I'm being quiet while you're sewing. That's told. Oh gosh. So what I'm going to say to you, put the tape on, but I do put the tape on down each side of the tape. Yes. There's this very, very question that people ask me. Oh, do you sew through the middle of the tape? No, you don't. Right, of course you don't. We're just saying all of this to that lovely wadding fabric. We haven't got the oilcloth anywhere near it. No. So that's beautiful, look. Bought all 3 kits now. I'm officially broke. Have to smuggle this into the house when it comes. Now, this is the other gorgeous secret. Just check that I'm the right thing. Watch this. Yeah, I'm watching. Now, I'm going to put some rickrack on, and I'm going to put it on in a seam. Do you see? So you get a gorgeous little look. Oh, nice. Now, there's a trick to this. Go on, then. I'll be quiet. The trick. Don't forget, again, I'm not sewing on the oilcloth. I'm sewing on the rickrack, so there's no problem with any... what happens if you sew on the top of the oilcloth, it sometimes catches on the machine. So you need to give it a bit of welly and pull it through. That's all you do. I'm just going to get the machine to go faster. I've got a really super duper. I don't believe in super duper machines. I can assure you, I don't. I believe in a machine that you love and you use and you get to know.
Yes.
I really do. But I have got a super duper machine that's 100 miles an hour. So, but I've been at this a very long time, haven't I?
I had a singer industrial for many years when I worked in theatre, and that was a real used to get.
Watch this.
I'm watching.
So we've got the rick-rack on. It looks great as it is now, to the edge of the work. To the edge of the work. Now I want to put some binding on that, but I would still want the rick-rack to be used. And I can't, if I put the binding on, that happens to be about 1/4 of an inch, but the rick-rack could be any size. So if I put the binding on and just sew any seam, I'm going to lose the rick-rack. So what you do is you turn it over and you stitch on the same line.
Oh, clever.
Yes, you see, I'm worth my weight in gold.
Yes.
Yes, you see. And when I tell you that in an instruction, you think, oh, what's she on about? Don't be so silly. But honestly, this is an absolute perfect, and I'll show you. Do you see? So when you're sewing rick-rack on and you want to get half the humps, half the humps showing, you're going to do this. So here you are. I can't believe I told you to be quiet.
No, it's fine. I won't take it personally.
Right, here we go. So look at that. Except I've got it inside out.
Yes,
right?
but that's fine.
Creative moment.
No, that's working.
Look at that. Do you
Perfect.
see? Do you see?
Yeah.
And that could be a creative moment. We could have wanted to be slightly different to the actual one. And I would tuck that under. And there's another tip of mine.
Yeah.
I tuck it under. Don't forget, no one's going to see the wrong side of it. So I'm going to stitch in there.
In the ditch?
In the ditch.
Okay.
Shall I do? Oh, you want me to do that? Yes. So you can talk now while I'm doing this.
I was going to, but they said there were messages, but nothing arrived.
Oh, I know one messaging. So
Marjorie,
they're
love
a bit
watching
lazy.
Mandy and John together. Best show on TV.
Oh, good, yeah.
Even though she shouts at me, Marjorie.
I went to...
Leslie says, good morning, John and Mandy. You two do make me laugh. I bought the quilt, couldn't resist it. Love the shows. Lots of love. Leslie in Gravesend.
I just went to Malvern recently, and they're all saying how lovely they love you and things. Malvern Quilt Show and things.
Oh.
They say, what's he like? I say, oh, don't tell you the truth.
Marcy's emailed in. I can't read this one. Marcy's from Brazil.
Is she in on holiday?
No, she's in Southend, but she's from Brazil. Good morning, John and Mandy, obviously.
Yes, of course. But of course.
You inspired her to start Redwork 2 years ago.
Oh, do you know what? We joke aside. It is lovely when you hear people say things like that, because I do think sewing sometimes a very good a valve to. Yes.
I hate to tell you, we've only got 1 minute left.
Well, watch this then. Here.
Right, then.
This is gorgeous end to the programme. I would trim all these lovely things off. Here we are, oilcloth. I just want the top end of this to be decorated. This stuff doesn't fray, so I'm going to turn it over. And I'm just going to sew in here.
Right.
Tuck my ends under. And then that will just go on there like that. And that's for your pencils and things. So you're going to put your pencil...
Your Sharpie.
Your Sharpie.
So
not a blue Sharpie. Actually, that might go well, even though I don't like that colour. Oh, that's not too bad. No. That's not too bad.
It's all in the kit. We have to go. Mandy's back in an hour. We've got a beach bag.
Yep.
What else have we got? You'll have to join us at 10 to find out. Join us at 10 to find out. Purses. Got gorgeous purses. We will see you. Oh, Jennifer Mills after the break. See you in 3 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love.
My sewing style is neat country. So I love quirky, whimsical things like animals and little fairies and dolls and bears and things, but it's quite neat. I can free machine quilt beautifully, but I like neat blanket stitching. So I either do it with a machine, a machine that does blanket stitching, or I do it by hand. So neat country is my style. And I love John James English needles, and I adore chenille 24. Short, sharp, large eye for threading threads through. Without a needle, I was stuck on the motorway once with everything in the car with no needle, and I couldn't sew a thing. You can't sew, can you, without a needle? Unfortunately,
The best sewing advice I've ever been given, which doesn't really go with my personality, is that accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance that you need for patchwork and quilting. I love to be a little bit free and wild, but if you don't stitch with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, nothing fits. So unfortunately, the best sewing advice is to be accurate with your 1/4 inch seam allowance. A very proud fact about myself, non-sewing related, is that I was a games maker for the Olympics. I was, at the time when we were building the stadiums things and nothing was going to be on time, the press was full of negativity, I was determined that anybody who came in contact with me at the Olympic Games would have a smile, receive a smile and have good customer service, and I enjoyed every second of it. I was at the Greenwich Park on the equestrian, and I was so proud to be a games maker.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
Join us on Tuesday the 6th of June when Jennifer Taylor will be introducing us to the art of sashiko. Sashiko is a hand sewing technique that began in ancient Japan. Originally as a way of repairing and mending, sashiko has evolved into an art form, and Jennifer will be demonstrating how to achieve the beautiful geometric shapes and patterns. So, join Jennifer Taylor on Tuesday the 6th of June at 9 AM for the art of sashiko, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Can you hear that noise? Jay set the sewing machine up wrong and it's just making awful beeps. So I'll chat to you for a little while. Now, I've got this lovely little book here with all these different projects. And what we're going to show you, Jennifer Mills is here for 2 hours again today. First, we're doing a dress, in a cloth kits dress at 11 o'clock. But first of all, we're going to do, not coasters, table mats. Really lovely little table mats for your dining table. Really, really cute, aren't they? Lovely. Now, these are soft and squidgy table mats. They're not solid or anything like that. You could do so much with them, really. The book... now, what I'm going to say, I haven't even mentioned the bundles yet. I've got all these bundles. You can make 2 out of each of these bundles. I'll show you the book, first of all. The book is called Stitch Style Country Collection. It's nice, isn't it? £12.95. Now, the project comes out of this book. You see what I mean? It's got all the different projects going on here. Lots of lovely projects in here. Lovely pictures as well. A wool basket, everything. Cover it up food cover. You see, it's got everything you need for your lovely, I was going to say country kitchen, but then they've got the lazy lap quilt there. Really, really comfy kitchen seat pads. Oh, now, somebody messaged in about those the other day saying they needed some of those. So all those gorgeous projects there. Table mats, see table mats that we're about to do now. Really, really, really lovely, lovely. Lounger, oh, floor, oh, now. I could do with that. In my day, we called that a poof. Lounge around floor cushion, that one's called. Lovely, isn't it? Really, really nice. So that's the book. That's the book. That's the book. Now, to make these, as I say, we put these little bundles together for you. From the bundles, you can make 2 of these because you've got the backing and the front there. So in the bundle, you can get, right, let's start with the colour that we've actually already made, Jennifer's already made. So what you get is you get ½ metre of the kind of plaid and ½ metre of a plain. You also get your wadding. You also get your wadding as well in there. Oh, there's the kit. Right, this is number 1. So this is Deep Orchid. That one's called Deep Orchid. So they're obviously going with the background colour. You get the wadding, you get the thread, you get ½ metre of the plaid, and you get ½ metre of the solid fabric in Deep Orchid. Okay, let's move to the next one. I presume then that this one will be called turquoise or azure or something like that. We'll tell you now. But again, you get ½ metre of the plaid, you get ½ metre of the solid fabric, and you get the wadding, and you get, for £19.95, and you get the thread. It's called turquoise. There it is, turquoise, with the lovely plaid fabric there, ½ metre of each. Okay? Then we'll move on to the next one, which will be maize, I imagine. Oh, it depends who's named them, hasn't it? I think it's maize fabric, though. We'll have a look now. Again, you get the wadding, you get the thread, you get 1/2 metre of plaid and 1/2 metre of the yellow. Let's see what they've called it. Oh, yellow. Yeah. The actual fabric's called maize, I think. Right now, it'll be interesting to see what they've called the next one then, because I'd say the next fabric was more yellow than that one there. Okay, so move on to the next one. Again, you get the yellow fabric, you get the orange plaid, you get the thread, you get the wadding. Maize. Oh, they've swapped those two around. Okay, then they call that one maize instead. I think maybe... anyway, and last but not least, we've got the orange one, which is an oatmeal-coloured background with orange plaid, and then you've got the orange solid fabric, you've got the thread, you've got the wadding. There you go. They've called that one Vienna orange. Vienna orange. Right, now, what I need to just to double-check is that Jay's got the right yellows with the right ones here. That's all, because I think the maize is that one. But yes, but I think... Okay, let's go and do this then. Do I need to take the book with me? I certainly do. Right, I've got one there, but I just have one on display there so we can see. Right, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello, looking all summery, in your sandals and everything. Right, and you love denim, don't you? You've got denim skirts. I love that dress.
Thank you.
Right, so you've already made these. Are they easy, intermediate, difficult?
Really easy, and I think you can make much more of the project if you choose to.
Yes.
By quilting it, doing a plique on it, but in its basic form.
Okay, so should we start in the first part of the show? Let's make it as they tell us to make it in the book.
Yeah.
So then we'll do some Jennifer tips with it after that.
Great.
Okay, right. So, where is it? Where's the?
So the instructions begin on this page.
Okay, of what
you will need.
Okay. Preparation time, sewing time, and then all the instructions. That you'll need there. Preparing your fabrics. Now, I think, you see, my dinner plates are actually slightly bigger than this. So would I be able to make them a bit bigger if I wanted to?
Yeah, definitely. It's just a case of starting with a paper pattern.
Yes.
And to make that nice and balanced, it's just a case of simply folding that into 4, and then you can make it bigger, you could make that curve a different shape, make them more circular, and then you've got a template to begin with.
Okay, so if you start off with roughly how big you want them, you get a piece of paper and fold it in half, and then fold it in half again.
Yeah.
And then draw the curve, would you? Or
yeah.
So then you know each curve is exactly the same then, rather than trying to do it.
And then when you open it out, you've got a completely symmetrical pattern piece.
Perfect.
And you could use a plate, couldn't you?
Oh,
if
yes.
you base it on your plate.
Yes, exactly.
And just draw around your plate, and then think about how much more you would want the table
around
mat.
it, yes.
Yeah.
Because you can easily get 2 of these out of the half a metre, half a metre.
Solid one side and plaid the other.
Jay, you're all right. Right, OK, so we've got our pattern. Then what do we do?
We cut 1 in the solid fabric, 1 in wadding, and 1 in the plaid.
OK, brilliant.
And they're all the same size.
Right.
And I've done little marks with the dissolvable pen. Because fabrics tend to shift a bit, don't they?
Yeah, especially once
so
you cut
I like
them,
reference points.
Yes.
So I've lined those up, and then I've basted it all the way around the edge.
Right.
So
have you machine basted it?
I have,
okay.
Yeah. And I also hand basted this one across from the centre so that it was all nice and held together.
Okay. Can you see that? Can you see that where it's hand basted across the let's just put it. Which camera would you like us to go to, Michael? I'm pointing at the hand basting here. Hang on, look. There we go. So it's the hand basting there, just to hold it all in place. Because you're going to quilt it, are you? Because these I just haven't got any quilting on them at all, have they?
They're made just as the instructions in the book.
Okay,
yeah.
But I think a bit of quilting is going to help because it's not only going to give you body, but to be honest, now this is me being totally honest
I agree.
They do this, right?
I
so
totally
a bit of quilting is going to keep them more solid.
I think it adds substance to it as well, doesn't it? The more you quilt into something, the kind of more it makes it feel a better quality.
Yes.
It
This almost looks like
firmer.
a picnicky one, not one that you'd use in your house. You know what I mean? One that you could just roll up and throw in a bag.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're going to have them in your house, you'd want them, I think, a little bit more slick.
I completely agree.
Okay, so you've basted, so you've got to this stage and you basted all 3 layers together.
Yes.
Put your walking foot on the machine.
Yes.
Then what are you going to do quilt-wise?
Well, I was just going to keep it simple and go through the centre of each plaid.
Oh, okay.
But you could do all, I mean, the possibilities are endless, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
But just for this sample, just to see what a few lines of quilting do to how that feels.
So would you always hand-baste, when you're doing quilting like that, would you always hand-baste the layers together?
No, I particularly like sometimes sitting down, especially if it's sunny outside, and doing some hand basting. Yeah, and I thought in that case it just held it together better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So already, actually, it feels quite different.
Yes.
A little screwdriver over there. So
if you haven't got a walking foot, could you do this, because it's just the 3 layers, could you do it with just a normal foot thing?
Yes, I have done, definitely. Yeah.
Just helps with the walking foot.
I prefer the walking foot. It's the right tool for the job, but you could definitely. And if you baste it together, regular foot's absolutely fine.
Yeah. What was that? Suzanne? Suzanne would like to have a look at what? Oh, at the book. Of course, yes, of course, Suzanne. While you're stitching that, we'll just go through the book very quickly. Suzanne's emailed in asking to see it. It's called the Stitch Style Country Collection. It's got 8 big projects in it at £12.95. Let's just go through it now. Oh, there you go. You can see what there's in there. Oh, they've got Joel Drewbury and Amy Butler fabrics. Look, Time for Tea tablecloth, fabric coiled bowl, cover it up food cover, lazy lap quilt, comfy seat pads. I need some of those. Country kitchen table mats, which are these. Keep it cozy draft excluder, lounge around floor cushion, and then everything you need to know. So let's just get to the projects. Oh, look, tablecloth. Now, you see that tablecloth? I'd eau-de-coat that. I'd definitely eau-de-coat that. Well, I think it depends how big it is, but we had somebody messaging, didn't they, saying that they eau-de-coated 1.5 meters of fabric with one pot. Fabric coil bowl. How to make it. Look at it. All the instructions of how you need to do all of these. I think little Paul's hungry, saying, "Can you make him some pork pies to go with the placemats?" Change your style. Little Paul needs that. Comfy kitchen seat pads. It's got 8 different projects for £12.95. Keep it cozy draft excluder. Lounge around the floor cushion. I just think it's lovely, really lovely, simple projects to do in there. Stitch Style Country Collection. Okay, right, so.
It's got more about it already, hasn't it?
Yes, exactly. Now, look, you can see here, you only put 4 lines of stitching in here. And look at how much, will you put some ones going across as well?
You could do.
No.
Oh, will I?
Yeah.
That was a request.
Yes, please.
Which direction would you like?
Going across here. 1, 2, 3, just to show how much.
Yeah, sure. Except I've taken the walking foot.
Oh, sorry, no.
Right.
Taking the walking foot off. Don't worry, move on.
I think it'd be interesting.
But if you look
try it with a regular foot, because it will do the job. There's no reason why not, is there?
Yeah.
Now...
because my machine, I haven't got a walking foot, so my machine, I just have to do it with a normal foot like that.
Yeah,
I just think it gives it that little bit more...
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. Depth.
Substance.
Substance, that's exactly what it is. A woman of substance, Shelley Seagrove.
Yeah, that is interesting, actually, that now I'm missing the walking foot.
Well, does it move?
Yeah. It is a lovely foot to use.
The walking foot?
But yeah, it is. So a couple more. If I could do one through the centre.
Yeah, just do one through, and then we'll move on to the binding, and if
Right.
because that's quite important, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So these will be washable then, won't they? Because the
Yes.
wadding's washable, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I'll go over and do the bundles with you in a second. We'll do the binding, and then I'll go and show you the bundles. I see you've done 2 different versions of. Oh, I'll keep quiet.
I have.
There's 2 different versions.
Yeah, I like a
of
bit
binding.
of compare and contrast.
Yes.
Yeah. It's good to share as many tips as possible, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then people can make choices.
All about choice. Oh, you see that automatically. You see, I don't want to say that the book's wrong, but look, you can see the difference already.
Yeah. That's much
Do you know
more.
what I mean? With that,
Much more about
bit
it.
of quilting just gives it that. And if you're a beginner quilter, it's an ideal project,
Lovely
isn't it?
project.
Ideal project. Get a bit of confidence. Right, let's talk about binding then.
Okay. So if I'll bind the one I've been quilting.
Yes, I'll get the iron out.
So I've made 2 strips.
I've put my sunglasses. They sort of hold my glasses, and they're pointing on that. I do apologise, everybody. One job. Right. Okay.
So what I thought about was where those joins are going to be.
Right.
Because there are 2 joins in the binding.
Right.
And I wanted to make them as balanced as possible so you haven't got a little length of binding, so it doesn't look uneven. So I've got one there and one there. I also didn't want them particularly to fall on a curve.
Yes.
And the lengths of binding. So if I join that, should we talk about joining
We'll talk
binding?
about making the binding first.
Making it, okay.
So this is, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Am I being bossy?
No, I'm just going, binding, joins.
It's fine, it's a sunny day. Right, so, okay, we sell the Clover Bias Binding Maker. This is 25 millimetres.
Lovely.
So you cut your fabric on the bias.
You do.
Which means diagonally across the fabric,
It
doesn't
does
it?
indeed, yes.
And you cut it twice as wide as you need. So if this is
Yeah.
25 millimetres, you cut it at 50 millimetres.
Yes.
$11.95, the Bias Binding Maker. We've got other sizes. Go to the website to check out the other sizes. And then...
And always start with it at an angle.
Yes.
And then it's easier to feed in.
Right.
In
If
there.
you can't get it to feed through, you just get a pin. And you well, yours is coming through
Down
anyway.
there.
A little pin in there, and you can just pull it through.
Grab that end. So that's just a little sample
This is just
piece.
a little sample now. And
Yeah.
then using the iron...
And keeping the sole plate near where it comes out at the end.
Yeah.
Because if you have it a distance way, it has a chance to flare and sort of become a
Oh, I
different
know,
size.
I did it the other day. I was doing a demonstration the other day, and I left the gap too big, and it all went wonky.
Oh,
I know. I was trying to show it off, you see, like... Fabulous. So that's just a little sample you've made, but
Yes.
so because obviously sometimes your fabric isn't you're making your bias binding from what you've got left over on your fabric a lot of the time, aren't you?
Yeah.
So you are going to have to seam pieces of bias binding together.
yes. And if it's a print, think about when you make that join, think about the print continuing along and not looking disjointed.
Okay, so how do you stitch them together? That's the next thing.
Well, you cut on the straight grain, so our bias is going that way,
Yes.
and you can see the grain lines. So
Yeah.
cut along there.
So it's a diagonal line,
Yes.
really, isn't it?
And yeah, diagonal line along the straight grain and cut
Yeah.
along there. And then I'm going to join them.
So it looks
that.
like you're making a corner, but you're not, in effect,
Exactly.
making a corner, are you?
Yeah, so if I just pop a pin in before I sew it and then fold it back, you end up with...
Yes. And also the
joining like
placement
that.
of it is important as well, isn't it? Because if you line up your top and your bottom,
Yeah.
it's slightly off sometimes, isn't it?
Yes. So the tendency would be to think raw edge joins to raw edge, but then there'd be a huge step in the binding like that. So we want to shift it and think about the sewing line.
I've got a little bit of an update here, and I do apologise. It's all bad, my mistake. Not my mistake, little Paul's mistake. You're actually getting 1.5 metres of fabric in the kit. You get 0.5 metre of the plaid and 1 metre of the solid, is that right? So there's the deep orchid one. That's the deep orchid one. It's only because it said, I haven't got anything on my screen either. It's only because it says on our screens that you get 0.5 metre of each, but actually you get 1 metre of the solid fabric and 0.5 metre of the pattern fabric. Blimey, that's good for 1.5 metres fabric and the thread and the wadding. I'll go through the, oh, excuse me. I'll go through the pads, the kits with you in a second.
So I'm joining where I just pinned it and folded it back, and I've drawn a line, a dashed line with the dissolvable pen. Where there's beautiful snips. And then press that open so it's nice and flat and you don't have the seam allowances going all one way.
Yes.
And then I would repress that. The other alternative is that you make the join first and then you feed that all through there.
Yes,
Either or
Yeah.
ends up being the same end result.
Okay, do you want to press that
Whichever
back?
you prefer. So I'm just going to press that part where there's a join.
Okay.
And I'm going to press it from this side so I can make sure the width is right. Might look like it's slightly wonky, but it all balances out when it's sewn together.
Mind your fingers on the iron as well.
I will.
On the hot iron.
I will indeed. So when it's sewn on, that join should just sort of disappear.
Exactly.
So then I thought about where do I want that to be. So I think about there is right. And I'll work my way round, trim those ends off. And I don't do a lot of pinning with binding. I'm just going to sew it in under a slight amount of tension.
Okay, yes.
But what I want to do, because I've cut more than I need, is to think about, right, I probably want the other to be there.
Yes. Oh, okay, right.
So I'm going to start with this one. So I'm just working back from where I know I want that join to be.
Yes, exactly.
Placing
because you don't do the other seam until you're actually stitching it onto the mat, do you?
That's right. I'm going to do that seam last and then fold it over. So I want it to be about there. So if I hold that down, fold that out of the way, I'm going to begin here.
Right.
So then they're balanced.
And why are you beginning there and not? Oh, because you're going to start.
That's where I'm going to start and end, and
Yeah.
then I'm going to make a join very much like that first join and trim off any surplus.
Right.
I think I cut these about 65 centimetres in length each.
If you just measure around.
More than you need, yeah.
And add a bit on for play.
Yeah, better to have a little bit too much binding than not enough, because you don't want to have to add a bit in.
No, exactly.
That would be annoying and messy.
Yes.
And then all those layers are already together, which is the beauty of that basting. I don't have to think about those. They're all held in place.
So you don't need your walking foot to do the binding then?
No, I use the regular foot.
Okay. So have you got any tips? We'll stay with you for the first corner, then I'll go on the first bend. Yep. Any tips about holding your binding as you go round the bend?
Smoothing it down, curving it to fit, not overstretching it.
Yes.
Because that will mean that it looks narrower than when you go along the straight edge. So just kind of letting it sit the way it wants to sit on that curve. A tiny amount of tension, but not stretching. Stretching is not a good idea. And then just holding the two together.
Speeding up on the straight. Right, I'm going to leave you to stitch the rest of that round.
Great.
But don't do anything else apart from stitching that. Just stitch that one line of stitching, then don't do anything else.
Okay.
Right. Come with me, and we can see the different bundles that I've got here. Now, so you get 1.5 meters of fabric in total. You get 1 meter of the solid and 1/2 meter of the plaid. So we'll start off with the deep orchid. Little Paul's got a shirt, well, he's got a shirt almost identical to all these. He wears it with a lot of denim and some workman's boots when he goes out on a Saturday night. He's the little one in the Village People, you know. There's no need to feel old. Oh, dear. Oh, no, don't. Anyway, look, this is good. I know. So you get 1/2 meter of the plaid, you get 1 meter of the deep orchid, and you get the thread, and you get the wadding. It was here. Oh. Right. There's the still. What's the matter? We'll have less of the lip from upstairs, thank you. New Michael, when are you going to learn to direct? Because you'd be much better than all these people upstairs. Oh, he's going to cut me off completely now. I'm coming now. Next one. I'm ready. It's the turquoise. You're out of order, little Paul. Right, here we go. This is the turquoise. You get a metre of the turquoise, half a metre of the plaid, the thread. I don't quite know whether to put silver thread with that one, but you get silver thread with that one. £19.95, and you get the wadding as well. There it is. So in the first one, little Paul's got a shirt made out of the first one. He's got a, what did you say as the second one? Kitchen decorative ornaments made out of the second one. Next on to the third one now. Ornaments. I said ornaments. Third one, you get a metre of the yellow. You get half a metre of the plaid. He's got pants this colour. Yes, you do. We all saw them the other day. Red one she had on the other day. And the thread. And the everyone could see it. Everyone was talking about it in the office the other day. Everybody was today when everyone was in, all the management were in and everything. Because your jeans were so far down above your pants. £19.95. He was the one who started it, yeah. £19.95 for all of that. Then we're moving on now to maize. This next one is called maize. It is amazing, isn't it, this one? You get a metre of the maize solid. You get half a metre of that lovely... I don't want to call it orange. I don't want... No, this is the maize one. I'd say that was a... I don't know. What colour would you call that, Jennifer?
Oh.
Coral.
Yeah.
Coral. It's not coral. It's more of a
before.
flame coral than a coral. It's like the batik oranges, that one. There it is. You see, you wouldn't call that coral, would you? Table mat, fabric and wadding bundle for £19.95. And then last but not least, we've got the Vienna orange one with like the oatmeal background. And then the maize there. Not the maize, sorry, this one's Vienna orange here. And we've got the thread and the wadding for £19.95. Oh, I don't think Jay tied it up properly. There's loads of Mandy's things from her last show spread all over the floor. If you're having any trouble checking out your baskets, please just ring the call centre, 0800 112 4433. Right.
Right. So, I started there.
Yeah.
Sewed all the way around and then stopped there. And we've got surplus. So what I do, thinking about how that was joined along the straight grain, and I'm sure there are other ways to do this, as there always are.
Yes.
But this is the way I do it. So I'm going to fold those over.
Yeah.
And that's the point at which I want to sew to, without any puckers.
Right.
So that's what I'm aiming for. So I'm just going to fold. Similar technique to that vest top that I made, actually. Same binding technique.
Yes.
So with my marvellous... Oh, look what I got.
Oh, you've all got them. They've all got these pens. £9.95.
You were telling me about this, and I finally got my hands on one.
You got a green one?
Yeah. So that's the stitching line that I'm going for there.
So it looks like you're making a diagonal L shape, but actually it'll end up being just a straightforward.
Again, and then fold back. So it will be like that.
Yeah.
With the surplus cut off. So I'll just sew that now and then trim it off.
How much of a gap did you leave in your binding then, or were they literally sewn right the way to the edge?
Yes, I stopped at exactly the same point as I
you
started.
Okay.
So they meet.
Okay.
They don't overlap and there's no gap.
Right.
So I'm just going to...
And would you chop the excess off before you stitch them, or would you stitch it first?
I don't tend to. I think it's me being cautious. I tend to always stitch first and then trim the excess off. But if you felt confident, you could cut it first.
Yeah, little Paul's saying measure twice, cut once.
I know.
I know. He's learning all the techniques. We'll have him on as a guest one day. Well, except you won't see him over the top of the table.
You're right.
It's true. The thing is, they're all laughing, but it's true. Paul would be about that tall there. You just see his head coming across like that. You'd have to sew like that, wouldn't he, on the machine? He's ringing HR.
Okay, so it's joined.
Yeah.
Just by folding that out of the way, folding that down and out of the way, and sewing from there.
Okay. I'm sorry. I think I'm tired today. Yeah, I've got one job. Shut up and get on with it.
So just take that down to 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
Take those out of the way. And then, if we press that open, we can sew over the top.
Oh, okay, yes.
I mean, I know that I've stopped and started at exactly the same point.
Yes, because what I normally do is I leave a gap from there to there, seam it, and then stitch along there. But but nobody cares what I do.
I do.
Yeah, thank you.
It's always interesting.
Yeah, nobody upstairs does.
Right. So then I use 2 different techniques here. Like I said, I like a bit of compare and contrast.
Yes. So which one did you do first? The machine one?
I did. Yeah. And then I sat in the sunshine and did the hand sewing.
Okay. So now, what you'd normally do is what one would normally do is stitch in the ditch.
Yeah.
So you fold your bias binding over, stitch in the ditch, and make sure the one underneath is slightly longer.
Yes.
So you catch it. But you'd be very clever, and you've done like a little zigzag, which is nice. Also gives it. You see, now if you're going to do that little zigzag there, you could almost quilt with the little zigzag as well, couldn't you? But you're just catching.
I think zigzag has its place. I think as a design feature, it can actually look really nice, which is why I did that. And also, it makes it very firm.
Nice firm edge there.
It feels different to the hand sewn one.
Hello, John. I was just a dressmaker. There's no such thing as just a dressmaker, Alida. I was just a dressmaker before your show, but your program's inspired me to try new projects. Thank you. Oh, thank you. It's a lovely name, Alida. Whereabouts in West Yorkshire are you? Because you know I went to college in West Yorkshire, don't you? I love that county. Right, then the other one you've done is you've machined that on, turned it over, and then you've literally hand-stitched it down.
I have, with very small slip stitches. So it's secure, and it's just a different finish. I think it depends what you like as a finish.
Okay, right, so that's those 2. Now, that's as the book. What are you going to do with that one? Okay, when you press the binding over, do you pin it? I was going to say pinch it then. Do you pin it into place?
Well, I spent quite a lot of time pressing.
Right.
Because I wanted it to look really balanced and even. So, yeah, that took a while, actually, but it was enjoyable. Did I pin it, was the question, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, I did. Yeah. And especially if you did stitch in a ditch, I think basting is a good idea because it's you just really got a sort of 2 millimetre tolerance.
Oh, yes,
you?
yes,
And
exactly.
if you go off with stitch in a ditch, it might look nice in the ditch, but on the back it might look a bit rubbish.
Yes. And also sometimes it'll go here and then sometimes goes over and things like that, so it's important to get it lined up, isn't it?
So the pressing was a big part of being able to do that and for it to look, well, even then, look, there's a slight difference in the back. But the pressing, as is often the case, kind of made the sewing a lot easier.
Always does. Well, that comes from the dressmaking background, though, doesn't it? Because we press everything as we go along, being dressmakers.
Yeah.
OK, now, I know, if I looked at this, I think that's all very nice, but I want something a bit more jazzy, a bit more fancy in my dining room. So you came up with a couple of ideas of the ways you could jazz it up, didn't you?
I did, yes. I love applique.
I love applique as well.
And it was interesting what you were saying about doing a zigzag. So I was thinking picnics and all of these zingy colours.
Yeah.
So I came up with a fun idea to add something more design-wise to that, which would also firm it up as well as the quilting.
Why is your knife the wrong way round, Mike says?
Because there are no rules. That's why. There's a right and wrong. It's supposed to be fun. Is my answer.
Mike doesn't know what fun is, though, really. He's an award-winning director of not major movies with no budget,
right.
But it's gone to his head now because it's the knife's the wrong way around.
Okay.
Okay, so if you were...
So if that really bothered you, you could flip it the other way.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So what did you do? What did you do there? Well, first of all, what's this? Where did you get that writing from?
I looked online for inspiration, and then I hand drew this whole design in my sketchbook by pencil, and then I took the same pattern, our placemat pattern, and drew it in pencil. And thought,
you could draw anything you want. You could do apples and pears, or
anything.
A pork pie, Paul says.
You could if you wanted.
Says here you only drinks as juices at the moment and things.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, how would you? At what stage would you do this decoration? Would you do it
before you join the layers together? I think.
Once you got the quilting in, or not before you got the quilting in?
Well, either or. I mean, if you attach these on, if you stuck them on, because I've attached them with Bondweb, which we've got here, and then you put the wadding in, then they would be in slight relief, wouldn't they?
Yes.
If you did, you were saying about doing a narrow zigzag around the edge of a plique, and I also really like that look. I used free motion embroidery here, which I really like, because it has a sort of playful, childlike quality about it.
Well, it almost looks like you've sketched them on, doesn't it?
That's what I was going for. I'm glad you thought that.
Yes.
So yes, if you had the wadding in there, it would make them less flat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you go about from this to that?
Well, drawing around with Bondweb.
We've got Bondweb, haven't we?
We have. So it's paper on that side, and then the glue particle sheet on that side.
Yeah. You get 1.2 metres. Now, don't be taken in by that. It's not 1.2 metres square. It's 1.2 metres by 17.5 centimetres. So it's a long strip. It's a strip, 1.5 metres. £2.95. So always brilliant to have in your kit. Add that to your basket. Right.
So whatever your design is, I mean, these are pretty much symmetrical unless knives bother you, and you need it to be round that way.
Yes.
So the spoon, I just traced around that with the Bondweb.
So you can draw onto the Bondweb.
And using a fine liner means that you can see through it.
Okay.
You might find the dissolvable pen shows up a bit more. That's lovely.
What colour is this pen?
It's a greeny blue.
Oh, hang on, I've got my glasses.
But because there are particles, you're using the paper side. Okay.
Is that not right?
No, that's fine. Yeah. The only thing is, that's great if you have a symmetrical piece. If you had something that wasn't symmetrical like that, and I picked a J just because that was the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So if that's going to go...
I'm being very wasteful here. Don't draw yours in the middle of the piece of Bondweb.
Right in the middle of a sheet of paper.
Because it's very wasteful if you do that. Oh, so there's your spoon. So you get your spoon. Or if you wanted to put on... Oh, now this is where you have to be careful. Because if you're doing letters...
Yes.
You don't do it the right way round, do you?
So I've done it particle side up.
Right, you've drawn it that way
round. The smooth side is
round.
underneath.
Yes.
And then when we attach that to, say, this, and is the iron still on?
Yes, the iron's always on.
While you're doing that, I will join that to that.
So what you've got to remember is on the... When it's something like the spoon, it doesn't matter. But if it's a letter, if you draw it on the paper side, it's got to be the wrong way round. Because when you iron it down, it'll come out the wrong way.
Yeah.
So if you're doing letters... But, you know, remember when we did the letters with Joy? They were all back to front. A lot of them were back to front, weren't they?
So whatever design you choose, and you could put a child's name on, couldn't you? And then that's their placemat.
Yeah. Or if you're having people for dinner... Oh, no, you'd have to have the same people for dinner every time, wouldn't you?
That could be interesting.
No, I'm just saying, if I was having a dinner party, and you could put Paul... No, I'm just saying, Paul... You're not coming, shut up. Michael, Mike, Jennifer, Jay, Mandy. Who else is here today? No, that's it, you see. You'd have to invite those people every week, wouldn't you? No, because Jennifer Taylor is spelled differently to your Jennifer.
Yes, she has a double F.
She's got double F in hers.
Or flip it over to the plain side, so the name is underneath.
Say that again?
Or flip it over.
Oh, yes, but then it'd be a bit odd if everyone at the dinner party's got their name and then suddenly a new person's around, they've just got a plain one.
Just blank.
Little Paul doesn't want to come for dinner, he says anyway.
So it's been bonded on.
Right.
And then you find an edge and peel it back. So then we've got the glue particles remaining on the back there.
Yes.
And the same with the spoon. And then...
Quite dramatic on that. Oh, you got different... You can't put pink on pink.
Is that the law?
No, no. That's lovely. She said she wasn't going to be rude to me.
That's not rude.
I'll just press this first.
Okay. So then that's...
Just wafted it because it's hot, because the glue will melt, won't it, you see?
Yeah. And we can have a yellow spoon on pink cotton. So many possibilities.
No, there's no name. J for John. Spoon.
Right, zigzag.
Sticks so easily. You can't use your actual spoon, Paul. You just make... Oh, that's quite dramatic, isn't it, that look? I'd put that in a frame, I think, and have that in my kitchen. But then you have to do I'd zigzag around the edge, but you've done...
So I dropped the feed dog and did free motion embroidery.
Is that easy?
Yes.
Oh, is it?
It is. I'd use a hoop. I stabilised it quite a bit so that it was firm. But yes, if you use a hoop, it's like sketching with the sewing machine needle.
Yes, okay.
And it's a really fun technique. And I just thought it lent itself particularly well to writing, because once you've transferred that onto your fabric, you can just...
Have you just gone round it lots and lots of times? Is that the way you've done it?
Yeah, and you can do lines, or I've done some free motion where it's lots and lots of tiny circles, depending on how you move the hoop.
Oh, you put it in. Now, do you have to put it in a hoop then?
It's better, yeah. Okay. I mean, you don't absolutely have to. You can use stitch and tear or interfacing to firm it up.
Yes.
But you have more control if you hold the edge of the hoop and you're moving that around.
I'll do a whole lesson in that one day. You need to excuse me. Check out your baskets. Check out your baskets. If you've got this in your basket, you need to check out £12.95 for the book. Anne, I'd love to come to dinner, John. Now, is that Anne? I think that's Anne, who wants to know how I was going to put my hexes together with the machine the other day. You know, we love Manchester are doing a quilting.
Yes, I do.
All send, and they're hexes. You've got to send hexes in.
Yes.
And then somebody said, I don't know who I was on with, and they said, how you can do your hexes? And they sort of hand stitch, and I went, I'm going to do mine on the machine. And Anne messaging going, I'd love to see how you're going to do them on your machine.
But they're on a square, aren't they? I was looking at Lucy Brennan's.
Originally,
so you could?
No, I could now, but originally it was you put five, they wanted five hexes together, quilted together, to put into a quilt. But they've had such a huge response now, they want a square.
And that opens it up to so many more people.
I was going to applique a hexie on with a sewing quarter logo in the middle of it and send that off.
That's a nice idea. That's a great thing to do.
And I was going to go round to Anne's to do it in Cheshire.
Oh.
I don't know where in Cheshire she lives, but I was going to go round to her. She invited me round.
That's where I grew up. Good old Cheshire.
I just knock on every house. Hello, does Anne live here? Hello, does Anne live here? What Anne will answer? It might not be the same Anne, might it? Let myself in. Mind you, I did that when... You know Amy, who does my nails, right? She stopped working. Not Amy works here. She stopped working in the salon and opened a little salon in her own house, right? So I'd been round once before, and the second time I went round, I parked my car up, went into this house. I thought, she's got the gardener in. There was a man watering the front door, so I just walked up to the front door, took my shoes off, and walked into the house. And I could see this man looking at me, and all just I was thinking, this doesn't look like Amy's house. I got into the wrong house. The man who was doing the garden lived in...
What did he say?
Lived in that house, and I just walked up to the front door, kicked my shoes off, walked in and gone, so I kind of came out, picked my shoes up like this, and I could see then as I came out, I saw Amy in her bay window going, what are you doing? What are you doing in there? Right, sorry. What are you doing?
I'm zigzagging. Okay. I'm using your technique.
Okay.
So I just did a little test. I tend to keep scraps by my machine.
Yep.
And I thought I'd take it down to quite a narrow. So it's width 3, length 0.5.
Right.
And I was just very slowly and occasionally pivoting, if need be, like that, just gently, subtly. And trying to keep my eye on that
The ball.
the edge of the yellow. How are we doing for time?
No, we're all right, we're all right. We've got 10 minutes.
Okay.
See, isn't that lovely? That's using my technique with the zigzag. That's not my hands, obviously. Zigzag stitches there. Yeah, I'll go through the fabrics with you again in a second. Oh, have you? How are we going to go through the bundles then at the end of the show? Sorry.
So it needs a press because it's made it slightly wonky, a bit like a bendy spoon.
Oh, does she say what town? Oh, and that narrows it down. I won't say it. She hasn't said where, but she said how many miles from a big town she is.
Oh.
This makes it more intriguing now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, you could either do that, you could do that straight onto your placemat. I'm just kind of thinking now, I quite like that, so I might even cut out a bigger spoon and then attach the frame of it on there.
Oh. So you had the pink and the yellow?
Yes. Not that they come in the same bundle, it's just fabric I happen to have in my stash. Actually, shall I do I've got to do the fabrics before the end of the show. We've come to a kind of standstill before we do your Jay, so I'll go and do the fabrics and I'll come back to you. Because Jay's then got to clear that desk then, hasn't he? So don't do anything without us. I'll just take you through the 5 bundles before Jay clears away again. So remember in this, you get 1 metre of the solid fabric and ½ a metre of the gingham, the plaid fabric. This one is the deep orchid. That's this one here. Ooh. So you get the 2 colours there, really, really lovely, isn't it? Excuse me. £19.95. You get 1 metre of this, ½ a metre of this. You get the thread and you get the wadding as well for £19.95. The thing is, you don't have to make the placemats out of it. You could make all sorts of stuff out of this. Metre and ½ fabric for your stash would be lovely if you love the colours. If the colours are very you, then you could move on. Okay. Then we've got the turquoise. So you get 1 metre of the turquoise. You get ½ a metre of the plaid. You get the thread and you get the wadding, again for £19.95. So that's the turquoise there. Remember, if you give us a call, 0800 112 4433, go on the web portal in your basket, check out. Be with you in 4 to 6 working days. 1 P&P. So if you bought something from Mandy's Hour and you've already checked out and you now want one of these bundles, you check out again. At midnight tonight, you'll only be charged 1 P&P of £2.95. Moving on to the yellow bundle now. You've got 1 metre of the yellow, ½ a metre of the turquoise and yellow, and the thread, and the wadding for £19.95. That's a love. I love all these colours. They'd be beautiful for your stash, these. Then we're moving on to maize. This is the maize one. So you get 1 metre of the maize fabric. If you want to see the difference between the yellows, can you see there's a slight difference to the yellows there? This one's more orangey. So this is the maize. And then this is the lovely coral plaid there, and you get the orange thread with it. And you get the interfacing, the wadding. All that for £19. Remember, there's 1.5 metres of fabric in there. 1.5 metres of fabric, thread, and wadding for £19.95. And then last but not least, we've got this one, which is the Vienna orange. So you've got 1 metre. Now, obviously, you're only seeing ½ a metre of it here. But you do get 1 metre of this. This is the most popular one of the whole bundle. And then the fabric and the thread, the check fabric, the plaid fabric and the thread. £19.95. Now, it looks much more orange on there than it does in real life. It's that lovely, dark Vienna orange, as we call it. Right. Now, Jennifer.
Yes, John.
With 5 minutes to go, what are we going to do now?
Well, I've taken the basting stitches out.
Oh, yes.
Because I wanted to see what it actually looked like with those lines of stitching. It definitely improves.
Yes.
I know I've said that before, but it definitely improves it.
And that's only with, what, 6 lines in?
Yeah. Imagine what it would be like with much
Yes.
more. And then I pressed it also when you were going through the fabrics.
Right.
So that, again, it's there's slightly more. If I'm going to be really technical about it, I think I've got about 9 millimetres or 8 or 9 and then 10 on the other side, just so that that overlaps
the line of
that
stitching,
line of machining. Yeah.
And then will you zigzag that? Would you zigzag that with a hand stitcher? Because it's a lovely afternoon. You can sit outside and do it. Are you staying over tonight? Or are you going home today?
I'm going home today.
If you're on the train,
I was here yesterday.
Oh, you were here yesterday? Of course you were.
Yeah.
Now, I'm fascinated by this. What did you call this?
Free motion embroidery.
So you said you have to drop your dog. I'm not going to get you to do it tonight.
Feed dog.
So you drop the feed dogs underneath.
Yeah.
And then you've put what you're going, like the way you're going to do the writing in embroidery hoop. Like we've got the embroidery hoops on the web.
Yes.
Like one of those.
You do it the other way round. So if you're hand embroidering, you have the fabric like that, don't you? So you do it the opposite way around, so it goes in.
Oh, okay.
Like
Got it.
Yeah.
How do you stop it puckering as you go round bends, Angela says?
With a plique.
With a plique, do you mean? Angela. Well, first of all, that one didn't pucker. Where's mine? Because it's already stuck down.
Bonder web has a lot to do with stopping it puckering because it's bonded one to the other. So that's what prevents puckering.
Yes. You can. So a very quick message. Anne, I've checked out that if I order more of the same fabric later, not bundles, will it come as one continuous piece? No. Now, Anne, if you bought the bundle, those are already cut. So if you've bought, say, the Vienna orange one, and it's got the metre in there, and then you buy a metre and a half off the website, you will get 2 pieces of fabric, one from the bundle and one from the other. It won't come as a continuous piece. So what you need to do is if you just want the 2.5 metres of the orange fabric, ring the call centre and they'll be able to organise it for you. Right. If you buy the bundle, you get the bundle. Even if you bought 2 bundles, right? Even if you buy 2 bundles, you'd still get 2 lots of bundles. So you wouldn't get... At the moment, that's the way it works. We're trying to work it so that you can get them joined together, but at the moment it's not. So, right. Okay.
So the pressing made a huge difference to that, and I'm happy with the way it's gone on. Just so, it's not bringing up the corners.
Yes,
it's nice and flat. And then if I did the technique that I did on that one...
Yes.
I would put that
obviously you're just putting it under the machine. You're leaving white.
Work from this. Work from this side, and then I just kept my eye on a line so that that side of the zigzag went down into the ditch.
Yes.
And just kept my eye on that and steadily went all the way around back to the beginning.
Okay, brilliant.
Which I can do if you'd like me to.
Yeah, you start that, because I just think there's... what was the project that Mike said he could... Oh, I know. Mike said he wanted to have cushions for his chairs in his kitchen, but he needs to get a kitchen big enough to put chairs in.
There's some nice chair cushions in there, aren't there?
Yes, but he hasn't got room for his... You could have the draft excluder, Mike, in your kitchen. Have you got room... Have you got room for the floor cushion? Big Mike, I was going to call him then. No, Jay, no. Hang on, I've got to tell Jay what to do. I need all the things from 8 o'clock as well on there. Okay, then all of those go in here. All the plastic ones go in here. So I'm just telling Jay what to do. Here you go, comfy seat cushions, Mike. But have you not got a dining table then? Yeah, so you could make cushions for your dining room table, look. Just they don't have to be in the kitchen, do they? Oh, and And if you order 4 units of fabric, you will get 2 meters. Yeah, in one. Yeah, they're not cut into half-meter pieces. So even though we sell in half-meter increments, whatever order you buy just off the roll, that will come as a whole piece, obviously. So 8 units would be 4 meters. 1 unit would be half a meter. But they will. So you don't get it cut into half-meter pieces. That's a 1 length of fabric.
So as I'm sewing along, I'm keeping my eye on where that needle is.
Yeah.
And every so often, I'm checking underneath that binding. Although I pressed it really well, sometimes the binding can flip back out,
Yes,
can't
of
it?
course.
So I'm just keeping my eye on it and kind of dealing with it section by section. How's it looking?
So remember, the book is £12.95. These 8 brilliant patterns come from. All of the instructions are within the book and tell you how to cut out and what to cut out and everything like that. Even down to how to do the piping, how to do the bowls, everything like that. Oh, that's such a lovely project, that one, isn't it? Okay, I've got 1 minute before we go for a break. Remember, Mandy's up after the break with more of her goodies. Jennifer's back at 11 with a cloth kits frock, which looks gorgeous, and we're going to be doing a collar and technique. So we're not going to make the whole dress. We'll go through the pattern and everything like that. We're going to make the whole dress, but that's at 11 o'clock. And we've actually chosen some fabrics for you to make that dress out. Obviously, you can make it. You can buy the pattern as well. All these different projects could all be yours for £12.95. It's a really, really lovely book. Thank you very much indeed, Jennifer.
Thank you.
As I say, we'll be back in 3 minutes. I'm getting a bit confused now. 3 minutes with Mandy Shaw. Sorry, I went into a complete little world of my own then. Sorry about that. We'll see you in 3 minutes' time. Jennifer's back at 11. Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more. The Sewing Quarter website is simple and easy to use. You can view a live broadcast of the show on our homepage. Get instant access to our online shop, which has a wide range of wonderful products for you to choose from. You can also enjoy a selection of projects and guides which we have on offer to help you enhance your skills and gain valuable tips. Watch the live shows and you can buy the product which is currently being shown on air. You can even message the studio to ask our presenters or team any questions you might have. Below, you'll find all the products from today's show for you to look at and purchase. On the right of the screen, next to today's products, you will find our simple program guide listing all upcoming shows. So, join us today at sewingquarter.com.
There are many different ways you can buy from us here at the Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom-cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step.
Join us on Sunday the 4th of June when John Scott will be taking you through how to use Quilt As You Go, our fabulous range of products designed to help you make a quilt quickly and easily. Like all great ideas, Quilt As You Go is simple. The pre-printed polyester wadding has a fusible back, so all you need to do is sew and quilt individual blocks and then join them together to make the size of quilt you need. It's so easy, even I can do it. So join John Scott on Sunday the 4th of June at 9 AM for quilting made simple with Quilt As You Go, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
I'm off to the beach, look. Isn't this lovely, lovely big size one? Because lots of the time when you get a beach bag, there's not enough room to put everything in, is there? Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. I've got my picture taken. There you go. Right, but also this. So let me just take you through the three projects we're doing this hour. So this. Are we doing 4? 3? Oh no, 4. 4. You're right. 4. Sorry. So let's put the graphics in then, shall we? Yep. We need to put the graphics in for all 4 things so you can start getting them, can't you? So there's the Mandy Shaw Brighton beach bag. That'd go lovely with that throw. That throw sold out, by the way. The throw from earlier.
Let's go in there.
Yeah, it goes in here, but it's sold out there. So you've got the throw from earlier. Go nicely in there. So this is the beach bag kit here. Then there's the kit there. So I'll show you that later. What else is in this hour is this fabulous cushion. It's a scrappy patchy cushion, this one. I'm not shouting, scrappy patchy. I love that. All of your, for some reason, they've all got they all feel very romantic, all of your pieces.
Oh, I'm a romantic. No, I'm romantic.
You are romantic?
Yeah.
She's romantic, everyone. So this is the scrappy patchwork cushion for £26.95. Comes as a kit form. I'll tell you all about that later. We're also doing these 3 purses. That's what we're going to be doing first. Excuse me. This is a kit with all 3 of these in. They're lovely, aren't they? And you get choices. You get choices of what fabric you use where. But I'll let Mandy explain all of that. Just let the graphics come in for those. There we go. Mandy Shaw, a trio of purses. That's like a pudding, isn't it? A trio of puddings.
Oh, yes. I quite like a pudding.
Yeah, me too. £29.95. And then last but not least, we're not making this quilt, but we're going to sell the pattern for this quilt, because you've most probably got fabrics at home. I mean, you can tell it's Mandy Shaw, can't you? You can just tell it's Mandy Shaw. But if you want to use your own fabrics and everything, so we're going to sell the pattern. No, £11.95, is that all you're charging for your pattern?
Yeah, 10 fat quarters, 20 fat quarters.
You need, say this again.
So 10 fat quarters of colours.
10 fat quarters of colours.
And 10 of plain.
And 10 of plain. But you're going to show us little techniques out of there, aren't you? Little cutting. Anyway, so I should get on, really. Don't forget, I've still got a few of the pin cushion watch and the oilcloth roll as well. If you want, I'll show you those later. But let's go and have a look. Oh no, this isn't the first thing. Wrong thing, John. Purse is first. I'll let Jay sort that out. So we're going to start with the purses, aren't we?
Yes, we are, darling. Okay.
Kit.
A kit includes absolutely everything you need. There's
that lovely foam stuff
foam
in
interfacing.
here as well.
I can't get enough of this foam interfacing.
Is this your new project? This foam.
I need to iron out, darling. Leave it be.
I'm just putting it there for the. Oh, you need it straight away.
Yeah.
I was thinking that's a bit warm on my arm. I'll move it.
I don't give it. It's that's a note for myself, darling. You don't need to. You don't need to read all my notes.
No, I won't.
Or my love notes.
Oh, is it a Billy
Do you know what? Once my husband sent me a love note.
And hang on, where's this story going?
And my daughter found it as a little girl at secondary school in the bottom of a drawer, and she took it to school to show her friend. But the first half was romantic and lovely, very nice.
10 o'clock in the morning.
And the last bit was a bit saucy, but she didn't get that far down the love note.
Thank goodness.
But she took it home to show her mum. Abby's friend did.
No.
Hayley. And Hayley's mum said,
so everyone in the village knows what you get up to now then.
So, full-size patterns.
Full-size patterns.
And instructions.
Right, OK. So, gorgeous fabrics again.
Lovely.
Really
yes.
lovely fabrics.
So you have choices here. You can choose which combination you'd like to make your purses in. So
OK. Have we got a picture of all the 3? Hang on a second.
Have a look at them. We've got Lovely fabrics, a bit of...
There they are. So on that one, you've chosen the dark red for the outside of 2, and then the paler for these. You can swap and change.
And you've also got linen in there, so you could have had a linen outside as well.
Nice.
So I just thought it'll match whatever you've made. It's just the technique is very clever here, very gorgeous, very, very gorgeous. And it's in an easy technique, a little quirkiness happening, but it's a combination, so you can just make 10 small ones. Well, not 10, I exaggerate.
Yes.
A few small ones. A few medium ones, or one of each.
Oh, OK. So there's enough to make one of each. But if you don't want the big one, you could make 2 little ones and a medium-sized one.
Yeah. So that's gorgeous. OK, so we're going to use the foam interfacing, which you know I love badly.
Exactly.
And it's gluey on both sides. So
OK.
So the first thing you're going to do is decide what you're going to cut out, and you're going to iron in that. Oh, shall I come over here to iron? You don't want to iron for me? I have a man at home that does.
Oh, do you? Sorry.
No, I don't. I don't have a man that does at home.
No, I haven't.
Yes, no. And where's my other little piece of fabric?
Oh, sorry.
So this is just some scrap piece, just to show you how wonderful it is.
So this is what you do straight away? You just press the fabric?
Because again, I know zips cause people problems.
Yes.
So I'm going to do the same old thing where we seal our edges and then butt the edge up to the zip.
OK.
So you can have that away so you don't harm yourself.
OK.
We don't really
leave it on, just in case.
So you see how lovely that is? Look at that.
But it's almost like that it takes part... It involves itself with the fabric. It's like it's a nice thick fabric.
So I've used 2 scraps there. So I've used 2 scraps of fabric. So don't worry, I've got both on the same side. It doesn't matter. So what you're going to do is get your pattern. The patterns are full size, but they are cut on the fold. So you place that on your fabric and cut it on the fold. It's a bit difficult to do on the fold, and this is slightly smaller than you need. Don't worry, but because you sometimes get a bit of fabric in that fold, so make sure the edge of the fabric is over the edge. Otherwise, your purse might be a little bit bigger. That doesn't matter, but it might matter one day.
Yes.
You never know. OK.
Right, I've got to go and get these.
So you fold it on beautifully, and you're going to prepare it now. So you've cut the pattern pieces out. OK. I've got linen inside this one, which is very nice. And
so you're doing this one, aren't you?
I'm doing a little small one, and this is the one we made in Verona and Venice.
But they've got beautiful, look all lined, they're lined with the other fabrics.
I will show that to you in a second. I left that purposely for you to show that in a second. But it's a cute little cutesy, and it feels nice. Lovely. It feels lovely.
You get enough to make all 3, right? Enough to make all... There's the little one there.
Yeah.
Right.
And so what we're going to do is I like the idea of having a base to the purse. I like these little techniques, these little things that make it gorgeous.
Yes.
So this
You've
is
got a squared off bottom, haven't you?
A squared off bottom, the sugar bag bottom.
Sugar bag bottom.
So we're going to put a nice little bit of tape in the middle.
Right.
And I've put it in the middle and I've stitched it down each side. I haven't got a walkie foot on the machine.
OK.
But if you had one, it would be lovely to use it, just in case.
All right. Yes, I'm just taking with you. So what we've done there is we've got that's half and half. So we cut that out.
Yeah.
You've put the piece of tape down the middle. And now you've put a bit of bias around the outside.
So I love the idea. If I buy any clothing, if I'm attracted to a piece of clothing, it'll always be because of a little button detail or, like this is very attractive here.
But the ribbon...
Don't like purple, but never mind. That's fine. I can cope.
Why don't you like purple?
Don't know. It's got a vague danger problem. I couldn't even eat something purple.
Well, no, are there many... Oh, yes, there are quite a few purple
Actually, I do eat purple sprouting broccoli.
Oh, yes, that's good for you.
But, I'm just not a purple girl.
They say, don't they, purple food is very good for you?
Is it? Yes, that's fine.
Anyway.
It can be. So I love the idea of little details.
Yes.
So I thought a nice little detail would be this little bit of tape. So this is very, very nice tape. So I've just cut a little bit of tape out, folded it in half, and put it at the top and bottom of the bag, like that.
Oh, nice. They're just little touches. Oh, your binding's already cut out?
Yes.
Oh, nice. My word. There's me saying make some bias binding, but it's already bias binding made.
Well, let me just talk to you about bias binding.
Yes.
Pre-made bias binding, some varieties aren't as good quality as others, and the good quality ones are hard to come by.
Right.
So I would never very rarely put a pre-cut binding on a quilt.
Right.
But for little ditties like this is perfect.
But have you made this?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you found it?
I found this. So,
but it's the same quality as that,
so I use it a lot because the colour's matching.
Yes.
But I'm quite good at... I like making bias binding, and you do need to know how to do that. So we need to have a whole lesson on that one day. So what we're going to do, and the bias binding, of course, is bias, which means it's stretchy.
Yes.
It'll stretch around this curve very nicely. So I've taken this onto the sewing machine and stitched 1/4 of an inch in, all the way round. Okay.
And you caught your little heart
I caught my little heart
detailing
tape in
it.
But I will trim that off
for the next stitch. So when I come to, when I've written the pattern, there's things in there you're thinking, oh, that's not quite right, but bear with me, okay? Because I don't want you doing things twice. I love the way when you put the bias binding on, it folds over beautifully, and then it tucks under beautifully. Now, we're going to put a zip on. I don't want you to stitch that and stitch the zip. So you're going to have to stitch the zip anyway.
Yes.
So what I suggest you do, I'm going to wing it here.
Right, all right.
I suggest you roughly tack that bias binding on, but I'm not going to.
Right,
okay.
okay.
So bear with me. But
No.
I don't
That's only a time wasting, isn't
yes,
it?
yes. So I'm not going to. So both sides, you're just going to flick it over. But so you would normally turn it under and slip stitch it. But why? When I'm going to have to stitch the zip later. So
yes,
exactly. Don't be prepared for a little bit of creativity here. So if we try to put a little weeny zip in this purse, an ordinary zip, we'd come a cropper because you can't fit a zip very easily within this purse. We can hand stitch it in, an ordinary zip. So I'm going to use an open zip, a continuous zip.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just going to show you how to
that comes in the kit. There it is.
That comes in the kit. So you get a metre of it, so that's enough to make your 3 bags.
Oh, you see, I wondered what these 3 little zip heads were for.
Yeah. Now, these always cause people quite a lot of worry, anxiety, and we need to get a grip with this, anxiety lark, and because this is a very useful product, and I've got a great tip on how to put the zipper onto the thing.
Right.
Okay, and I'm going to cut it off and start afresh so that I've already prepared it so that you know that I'm fresh at this. Okay.
Yes.
Now the first thing is, don't forget, I can normally put these on straight away. There will be times when you can't. But you just need to stand away from it, come back, because there'll be a reason why you can't.
Yes.
And often the first reason is when you cut your zippers, you sometimes twist the little nylon
coil,
teeth.
yeah.
So I've cut it very lovely, I know I have, nice sharp scissors. I'm going to cut the teeth away.
Oh, so you're making it look like a shop bought zip because it's got the little bit of without teeth at the top.
So that's the easy bit. I put that one on gorgeously, look, make sure it lines up. So watch what you do is you put the teeth in, and you hang on, put the teeth in and you push that inside there. Normally do this first time at home. Bear with us. So what you've got to say to yourself is, this will happen in a second.
Yeah.
If there's a reason it's not going in easily,
there you go.
Go. Okay. So it does go in.
Yes.
But if there's a reason, if you get slightly panicky, you start twisting that, okay, and it does go in beautifully, okay. So you've got to take this off now. We're going to measure our zip out, and you'll see that's it. And in the pattern, the pattern's actually not there, I don't think, but I've got a wonderful diagram on how to do that.
Right.
So what I suggest you do before you even start your lovely little purse, you practice that.
Yes, I was
and
going to say
you understand when it doesn't work, why it doesn't work.
Yes. There's a reason why it's not working.
It always does work beautifully. Okay. So I have got the zipper foot on because the other foot was very large. And so don't forget my lovely little secret about zips is I've got a bound edge and I've got a zipper that sits on that bound edge.
Yes.
So I'm not even going to pin it. I'm not even going to tack it.
Say that again.
I'm not going to pin or tack.
No, not you. Half the stock's gone of these already.
Oh, please.
Just someone. Check out your basket. Sorry, I'm not shouting.
And so the other thing is, the other gorgeous thing is, if you have it hanging over the end, it means when you try to put your zipper thing on, it goes beautifully. Okay, so you've got more space to hold it. Okay.
Which is why you don't want a zip of exactly the right length, because you're going to have all those hassles.
And also, you can't sew a zip of exactly the right length very easily. This is much easier. You know, and when I've taught it in classes, my ladies just say, oh, Mandy. So I'm just going to...
You came and you gave.
Oh, yeah. We're not allowed to sing, are we? I thought we were allowed to sing.
Well, that's hardly singing, is it?
Oh, OK.
Sorry, I'll let you concentrate.
And so watch me nicely now. I'm just going to gently... I like the needle down facility on all machines. Never buy a machine without a needle down facility. This is a darling. I'm just going to gently go around. The curve is the perfect curve for this. Why are your fingers twitching?
Because I want to pull that little heart out.
Oh, it's OK, darling. I'm in control.
I know.
I'm in charge.
Yes, you are in charge. It's your show. You're completely in control.
And I'm just going to stitch around his...
You're the organ grinder. I'm just the monkey.
Yeah. And I'm just going to go around here. And do you see, I'm not... It just, honestly, it sits in there beautifully. It just...
You're making it look very easy.
It is actually this easy. It is that easy. It is. We have preconceived ideas. Now, I would have, on my own machine, put the zipper... Oh, like that. I would have put... Oh, God. Look. How stunning is that?
Let's have a look.
Beautiful. Okay. So I'm going to do...
Whoa.
Oh, can you see?
There you go. We've seen it now. Yep.
So we have got... So now you understand what I meant now. Look, we've got the wobble on here.
Yes.
But if you tuck this under now, when you come to slip stitch your wobble down, you don't have to do 2 sets.
Yes.
Okay, so you will be slip stitching that down.
Yes.
And you do it with a fine thread and it goes beautifully. So I'm going to whip the other one on. Have I done it? Oh, I have, yeah.
Like this.
So don't forget, the other secret, oh my goodness, this secret is don't have your zip upside down.
Oh, how can you tell the difference?
Because there's a ridge. We're after the ridge, aren't we? Don't look back too closely.
No.
Don't show the camera too much.
No.
Keep it a bit for surprise.
Yes.
Put it down.
So now you do exactly the same on the other side then, but not upside down.
Not upside down. But I did it on purpose.
I know.
Because I was checking.
Yes.
See, always, what do they say? Check twice, cut twice and
measure
check
twice.
once.
No, not cut twice. measure twice.
Oh, I'm a bad girl. I got a problem with... I'll have to have that over a little bit further, I think. I'm a bad... Oh, it will go over. Yeah. So here we are. So I'm going to do that again for you because it's as easy as that. A ridge of your end of your binding, nice firm, to the ridge of your teeth, okay? And I can't go around the corner 100 miles an hour. Do you see this? I'm just going quite slowly, and I start all the time. And I always stop with my needle down.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking about buying a new machine, you need to have a machine. The thing you have to ask for, all machines have it now, is needle down.
Yes.
All machines have it, needle down. It's the biggest... I just had my machine service and I was very cross because I thought they mucked it about, but they put the settings back to 0 and my needle didn't go down naturally. I didn't know they put the settings back to 0. And I was bereft. Bereft.
There are 8 of these left.
Oh.
There are only 8 of these. Once you've checked out the basket, there are only 8 of these left. Just
so let's do this next thing. This is the bit you need to see. Okay. So I'm going to cut my zips to the same size. You're going to like all this.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's the... And I'm going to cut a little piece. I'm right-handed, aren't I? I think I might be, so I'm going to cut that off. So don't forget, when we cut it off, we do need to cut it off with sharp scissors. We don't want that curly bend.
Yes.
And to make it easy for you girls, because we taught this in Italy recently on those wonderful holiday things I do, and we decided, pins, got lots of pin cushions. Lots of pin cushions and no pins. Just do this, I'll pin it and I'll show you the positions. It just helps to keep the zip at the right angle.
Yes.
Do you see? It helps to keep the zip at the right angle. So here we go. Where's my little zipper foot?
Do you want one of mine?
Yes, I'd like one of yours. Thank you very much. So you're going to put your zipper foot on one side. That's lovely. And then, so you now see why I needed to have...
Straight away that time.
So you now need you need the tags.
Yes.
You need to hold them, okay. So that's that done. Now, how long has this taken? A few minutes only.
Exactly.
So what you're going to do quickly before that zipper comes off, turn it inside out. I would have by now tucked all these under beautifully, but you understand that that's not going to happen today.
Racing through there,
and I'm just going.
Now you're going to stay with the zipper foot on.
Just because we're here. If I was at home, I might. If I was at home, I would go back to my normal foot because I'm just going to go over the zipper teeth gently. Okay. That's very nice. And I would go forward and back and do lots of lovely things. Yes. And that is my sugar bag bottom. Oh my!
Right, there's only 2 left. There's only 2 left. Everyone checks out.
Look at that lovely sugar bag bottom.
Brilliant.
And so I'm just going to go the other side.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to... You don't have to put another zip on, of course. You've done a zip once.
Yeah, of course. You're just going to finish.
One little bit of stress there. That's gorgeous. I'm going to... Wonderful technique for finishing this in a second. I might have pinned that little bit at home.
Yeah.
Don't often use pins. I might have made a little bit of make sure it was a very neat job. So don't be sloppy like I am today.
Yes, but you're trying to do 4 projects in an hour.
Yes, I know. Yeah. But I just want to make sure.
Are all the bags the same, more or less the same technique?
Yes. No. What I was thinking. I think carefully when I designed these things. I wanted you to have a couple of techniques.
Right.
Okay. So there is one straight bag. This one here is a straight. So it's slightly different, but again we do the same thing. We prepare our top.
Yes.
But they all have this little. So let me just show you how lovely this is looking. Oh my goodness, I love makeup. I've got hundreds of them, and I don't know where anything is. So look. Oh.
That's so perfect, isn't it?
Oh. But to make it even more perfect, so I can show that to you. Is that not the cutest little thing in the world?
I know, really lovely.
Gorgeous. But watch this. I'll prepare on this. So you've got a bit of binding left over.
Yeah.
So what you do is you put the binding on here, okay, on your ends. You fold it over, tuck it under, fold it over. So inside your
a really lovely, neat finish inside
very,
as
very
well.
neat finish. So that's the only raw edge you've got that's around. So just tuck it over. That's a hand. You have to do it by hand.
And then
tuck it all under. So I left that one specially.
Well, you didn't really.
I did.
That's such a lovely finish, right?
Yeah.
If everyone checks out the basket, they'll have sold out. Oh, people are missing out. Lynette's messaging. Morning, John. Loving the show with you and Mandy. Waiting for my order to arrive. P.S. It's my birthday. I'm 39, the same as you. I'm not 39 yet. Right. Okay. Clean the graphics out because they've sold out.
Okay. So there you are. That is gorgeous. And again, a second zip, but we're still loving. So this is very, very similar.
Yes.
Incredible. Oh, I've just missed a little bit there.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay, darling. This is exactly the same. It's very, very similar, this one here. But I've made it as a straight bag. And so we have to do something odd with our lining. So that really is a much easier bag to make than this. But I'll demonstrate this on the bag, the beach bag. So I've got something
Well,
similar.
we're going on to the beach bag now. So you tidy that up.
Yes,
I'll go and get the beach bag.
What have you got in here? Any sweeties? Oh, no.
No, this is wadding, I think it is.
Okay. Right, I clear this away. And I've got a very exciting beach bag to talk about. Oh, I love beach bags.
Right, the beach bag is very popular already.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous one. It's a gorgeous one. Now, I'm a campaigner. I saw Joanna Lumley talking the other day, and she's so very, very right. Are you listening?
Yeah, I met Joanna Lumley. You saw her the other day.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
And she's very right. Oh, not in real life.
Well, my daughter met her in New York once.
Oh, darling.
Anyway, she was talking about our weather. Do you know, we should embrace our weather. Stop moaning.
Yes.
Stop moaning. So when it's sunny, get out there.
Yeah.
After work, don't sit in and watch the TV. Pack your beach bag with your beach throw.
If you've got a beach near you. If you've got one. I haven't got... My nearest one's Western Supermarket.
OK, what about a lake?
Oh, no. I just love gardens.
You've got the river.
Yeah.
You've got the river.
Yeah.
So you're full of excuses. This is
no.
typical.
I always go out, yeah.
It's typical. So I want us to embrace the weather and whatever it be, enjoy it. Because
I lived in Africa for quite a while, and they praise the rain because they need it, obviously, and they kind of have fun in the rain as well and everything. But anyway,
that's right.
So this bag.
So that's why we've got a brick. And I live near Brighton, so we've got and it's huge enough. I want you to have a lovely flask. I would like you to have your, you need your suntan lotion, your picnic rug, a pack of sandwiches. I want you to make old-fashioned egg and cress sandwiches, and a bottle of pop.
Bottle of pop.
A bottle of pop. So this is very lovely to make. Let me just show you how this works. You're going to hold that over there because you're demonstrating. That's over your shoulder. Again, this is a lovely quirky construction, but that's fine. We can manage things like that. I'm not going to make the whole bag here because it'll look very boring because it's lots of long machines. But I'm going to show you the bits that you might trip up on. Okay. First of all, the pattern. That's it. That's all there is. So this is like oilcloth, but it's not. But it's waterproof, weatherproof, waterproof.
Yes.
And it stitches beautifully on the machine. And the reason it stitches beautifully on the machine is because it's got a fabric top.
Right.
So we tend not. It actually has got a what's the name bottom, but my machine, I tried it on 2 or 3 different machines in the workshop, and it sews beautifully. So you don't have to have a Teflon coated foot, but if you have one, it's great.
Even better.
Yeah, even better.
That's not the right size, is it?
It is, because what you do, this is so lovely. I'm so good at this, Mark. Sometimes I shock myself because the fabric is quite wide, actually. You can place on fold. Well, it's the other way around, but it's place on the fold.
Oh, so that's like the yoke of the bag.
That's the yoke of the bag. Yeah. So the front of the bag. This is the main thing of the bag. You have the full size pattern.
Yes.
Okay, and then you're going to cut. Don't quote me, but you're going to cut another strip, which will be the lining. It's not written in there.
Oh, is it?
It was written in there, but you won't find it.
Right.
So I think it's about 6 inches.
Smile.
So, What's this about high chin?
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone.
It's too late now. It's gone.
So the inside part of the bag has a smaller yoke. Okay?
Right.
Yeah. I just quite like that. Yeah, that's fine. So easy. So what you're going to do is you're not the best stitching, but that's not a problem. You're going to join the anchors to the stripes, and you're just going to put the right sides together. But I did love the top stitching, and it didn't work too badly. A little bit wobbly. I tried a thicker thread, and it really didn't like it. So don't go.
Just
I was
normal
experimenting.
sewing
Thread, and it wasn't too bad. You most probably won't get the straightest line in the world. Because, well, why not? I don't know. I didn't. Does it matter? No. But I think the top stitching looks very lovely.
Yes,
so you're going to make the front and the back exactly the same. Okay, that's gorgeous. Put that to one side. You're going to get your yolks, and you're going to put your handles on. Have I twisted? Oh no, I haven't. No. Handles on. And you can stitch them on once, and we'll stitch them again, so they get a double stitch.
Yes, so they're basted into place at the moment.
And so don't forget, don't twist them. Try not to twist them. So I'm also thinking this is great to use with denims and things. I'd love to make this bag again with denims and that. So that's very nice. So 2 yolks.
Yes.
Okay, that's very nice. And then you're going to put it all together. Now, I didn't put the lining on the yoke at this stage because it was quite bulky. Do you know when you get bulked up and bulk?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
It's really unpleasant. So, but I have at this stage. So I have at this stage. So the lining will go onto the yoke.
Yeah. So all these fabrics are in there, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing you need to have. Okay.
I'm sorry.
And you get something that's not even here. I'll tell you about that in a second. So you're going to stitch
all the way around.
All right.
So your handles are in there?
The handles are already in there, so I put it all right size together. But this is the bit that I want to talk to you about because this does bother me. And you must clip these corners, girls. When you don't clip corners, you don't get when they turn in the right way out, or what the words are. Yeah. It's not very good.
When you bag it out.
Yeah, bag it out. And also, because we can't cut this is quite firm, we're going to need to clip our curves.
Right.
Okay, so just clip your curves. And then when you turn it inside out, it's just gorgeous. But before you turn it inside out, you'll have 2 of these, haven't you? Because one's one side, one's the other.
The oil, can you iron this fabric?
No. Right. So finger pressing, or, you know... Okay, finger pressing. So when you've got 2 bits done, you're going to put them right sides together and stitch all the way around.
So this is only one side of the bag, and then you're going to make one of these identical, almost the other way round.
Perfect, yeah.
And then you're going to stitch all the way around the outside.
But you're going to leave a gap in the middle for turning inside out. Okay.
It's surely not that simple.
It is that simple, that's it. So I thought, oh gosh, I can't come on television and make it that simple. So I thought to myself...
So you've got to add something that's difficult.
No, I didn't. So that is it. You're going to sugar bag your bottoms.
Yes.
You've done that before on the thing. I think I sewed my lining up, so I can't quite show you on there. But I have done sugar bag bottoms before. They're very, very gorgeous. You just squash your side seam onto your top seam and stitch across at 2.5 inches. It's all in the pattern and in the diagram.
Tells you in the instructions.
So I think to myself, oh, darlings, you can't have it that easy. And it's, it is that easy. So I reckon an afternoon project, would you say?
Oh, yes, definitely.
But we had something left over, look. We had a long, thin strip. I think I've wasted it somewhere. We had a long, thin strip. Oh, it's
no,
not...
That's out of my pocket. So you can have that piece.
Long, thin strip left. Don't worry, it's in my bag. Okay. Long, thin strip left.
Yes.
So I thought to myself, let's make a purse. That you have a D-ring.
Oh, yes, that's there.
That's there. You also will have a black plastic clip. It hasn't arrived yet.
Oh, okay.
Well, it hadn't arrived by the time I left. It was promised.
But it'll be in the kits.
And so what you do is when you want to... Let me show you how to do this. So your beach bag, you're a little bit stressed. You really want the ice cream over there, but you can't dig deep in the thing. You better phone the kids on the beach. Do they want ice cream? Woo. And so, so what you do, your phone and your purse is in here on the clip. You unclip. Waterproof.
What does it look like? What's the little clip look like?
It's a black clip.
Yes.
What are they called? Lobster claw?
Oh, yes,
lobster claw.
Yes.
And it'll be attached to your bag.
Yes.
And so then you clip it in.
Oh, but I know lots of ladies who, even with their normal handbags, the phone rings, they're going, oh, get it in me, I'll get it in a minute. Whereas if you've got something like that just inside, you know what's going to be.
And it's sand-free, a phone in there and a purse in there with your little card. So you can get the ice creams back in there.
And that zip comes in there as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, zip in there as well. And so, again, let me just show you. Do you want to hold that, madam?
There's an awful lot in here for £29.95.
Oh, that's very exciting. But watch this. So what I want to say to you is, again, the same old saga. Pretend this is this. The same old thing is when zip here. So what you're going to do is you're just literally going to fold that over, finger press it,
This is the striping for
this
the,
will be the
for
striping,
for the zip.
And then your zip, honestly, your zip will buff into that absolutely beautifully. And you can put that zip on. I'm not doing fancy dressmaking zips with overfolds and invisibles and things. We're talking about a Mandy zip.
Yeah.
And that will stitch on there beautifully. Absolutely gorgeous. And then it's just a rectangle because there's raw ends in there. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but it's not going to fray away, though, is it?
But the pattern does show you how to make that.
Yeah.
But the idea was just for you to have a little purse
Extra
inside,
purse.
yeah. That will clip in there on a little lobster claw.
There's still a few of these left. If you want to come through for that, £29.95. If in your basket, please check out your basket. I'll put all that in there because we're moving on now to this lovely cushion.
Oh yes, now the cushion.
Just tidy it up as we go along.
Yes, you do tidy up as we go along. That's good. So I changed my foot back to clear. I love these clear buttons on the machine. They clear all. So this is a cushion that I've designed. Really, when I say the beginners, the ladies that can sew are going to be put off by this word beginner, but I want our beginners to have something to make.
Well, the thing is, we got one earlier, didn't we? We've had lots and lots of messages from people who say, I was a dressmaker, and that you and the channel have inspired them to learn how to do quilting. We all have to start somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So if I never, when I teach my classes, I never start them off with a great big sample quilt, ever.
No.
I always do a mini sample quilt, or if they're brand spanking, we start off with a little cushion, because you've got to know the basics of seam allowances and things. So this is exactly what it is. It's a beginner's, very, very beginner's patchwork, little scrappy patch, we call it.
Yes.
But it could be any scraps you have at home, which is rather lovely.
But for this one, you're actually getting all the fabrics, but you can redo it with any scraps you've got
You
at
can reuse
home.
the pattern 1,000 times.
There's everything you get in the kit there, £26.95.
And it's all lovely fabric.
Yes, it looks
It's very lovely. So you've got a little bit of hand applique, you've got a little bit of quilting, you've got a little quilting.
That's hand quilting?
That's hand quilting.
Yeah.
I tend to hand quilt with cotton embroidery again, chunky, easy.
Is it in there?
It's all in your kit. It's there's kit bits somewhere. That's my kit there.
Yeah, I've got
your kit's got all the bits in it.
Oh, yes, they all are in there.
So cotton embroidery, all the rick-racks. Some of these rick-racks are so obscure, I get them from strangest places in the world and can hardly share, but I did.
Oh, that's nice, awesome.
So it's very, very easy. So let's have a look. It's also got a little bit of red work on it, which is done in yellow, obviously.
Yellow?
Yes, I know, Donny.
Does it not have to be red if it's called red work?
No, it doesn't. It's just a simple back stitch. Discovered in above a bonnet shop in Kensington High Street.
Oh.
Did you say, was I romantic? Did you say the other day? Yes, you did.
What were you doing in a hat shop in Kensington High Street?
Well, I wasn't there. It was a long time ago.
Oh, before our time. I thought it came from Turkey, red work.
It does. The red thread comes from Turkey, not the red work. Not the red work.
Okay.
No, not the red work. So this is a piece of Bonder web.
That comes in it as well?
That comes in it as well. So can I have the pattern, please, so I can have a little plan?
Oh, you want my pattern?
Well, actually, I won't cut this. I'm just going to show you because it's very, very lovely. It's gorgeous. So let me just show you this. We'll do a couple of nice things here. So we have a plan, a little patchwork plan
let's
here.
have a look at that.
Oh, yes. Plan. So it's got all the measurements and
in inches, aren't they?
In inches. Unfortunately, for me, patchwork is in inches. I know dressmaking isn't.
Mm-hmm. No, I do inches.
Oh, you do? It's because the American tools and fabric we still buy are in inches. Okay. Yeah. So it says 5 1/4 by 6 1/4, and those quarters always sound very confusing, but they're not. They're your seam allowance. So just ignore them. You must cut them, but they are there on your rulers beautifully.
Okay, so you cut that piece to 5 1/4 by 6 1/4.
And when it's finished, it'll end up being 5 by 6.
Right.
Okay. So just do what the cutting says. Lots of people do things slightly differently, layouts, but it is very lovely.
Yes.
And I will just actually, what is that? That's linen. Let me just cut that for you. Just cut a few things to show you how I cut.
This is nice.
Yeah, it's linen.
This is really linen.
Really
this
gorgeous.
Is beautiful linen.
So let me just show. Some of these have been cut pretty well anyway. So let me cut a piece out of here. First thing people say to me is, how do you cut into a large piece of fabric?
Yes.
Lots of people are worried about wasting their fabric, but if you don't use it, you're wasting it.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
so if you've got a metre of fabric and you need to cut a 5-inch square out of it, I'm not. It doesn't bother me if I hack a 6-inch square and make the 5-inch square neat.
Yes.
So that's what I would do. I wouldn't titivate about, it's got to be straight away. I would hack, that's not a nice word.
No, but you'd
rough cut a
6-inch
square and cut it down.
Yes.
So,
but you'd cut it out of a corner, you wouldn't cut it out the middle.
No, of course not, no.
No, because I've seen some dressmakers.
Oh, I've seen
cut
strange...
a belt, and they cut straight through the middle of the fabric, you're like...
Yeah, I've seen some strange things. Yes. And the first thing we don't like, just this is sort of a vague little beginner's lesson, we don't really like the selvages at all. We love to make them into bags and things.
Oh, no, we love them, but not on our pieces.
So let's cut that off first of all, OK? So my rotary cutter is...
that needs a new blade on it, doesn't it? We'll make a note for Jay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, do tell her. Do tell her nicely. And let me just say to you, this is Mandy talking again. Yes. Some people teach you things. Lots of us love... We love teachers. We can embrace all our patchwork teachers. But not everyone's wrong or right.
Yes.
So if they teach you something... and I'm going to teach you something. It doesn't mean to say I'm wrong or she's wrong.
Yes.
You must be ambidextrous. Yes. I love using my ruler to measure.
Yes.
So some people make you line this up to your mat.
No, I don't use the ruler.
So I use the ruler because it's especially for straight lines.
Yes.
So I need 5.5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. So to make sure that I'm aware that I'm using my ruler, I put it at a skew-off angle. So that you're aware, I'm not using the mat. I find the mat sometimes confusing.
Well, also, this can, if you're cutting into this all the time, it doesn't say that one might be... And if each one's like 1/8 of an inch off, you're soon going to be well and truly off, aren't you?
But look how stunning. It's 5.5. Look at that ruler.
Yeah.
What would we have done with that? So an apple in your hand, that little... So it's little, it's like this. If you had flat, it moves, OK? So a little apple in the arch. I like food. Yes.
All healthy,
yes. And we're going to take our safety blade off, come up to the ruler and roll. I can roll the whole length, but I could just move my hand again.
Yeah.
OK. Yes. Now that happens because it most probably at some stage its life has gone over a pin or something. But hey, sometimes we have to get used to things like that. And I'm just going to make sure my edges are nice and square. So to make them square, I'm lining a square up across here, and they're not quite square, which is a good job I did it.
Yeah. Yes, because it's all about precision, isn't it?
Unfortunately, it is only... it is because you want it to look good. You want it to look gorgeous, OK?
Because there are some things you can get away with
but on
something like this...
Yeah, I will always get away with things when I can, but I don't want my patchwork to be bad. So there's a really beautiful 5.5 inch square. So I made that cut that using the mat and the ruler. So this is a nice little strip. So I'm going to do the same for that. So I'm going to do another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 inch square. Everyone does it. Rotary cutting is one of those things that you need to practice to get to understand your ruler and your mat. So don't worry if you can't see what you're doing. You eventually will, and you just got to learn to be confident and firm and embrace. And you can actually
new blade in it, this rotary cutter.
You can actually always cut more than one layer at a time as well. So I'm just going to do that beautifully for you. I'm just going to give you little tips along the way, OK?
Mandy Shaw tips.
Mandy Shaw tips, OK. And I'm not, I'm not an expert, but I vaguely have done a lot. So, but
you're not an expert.
Well, what I mean is, there's people out there that are. Well, I am actually. I have written lots of books. But what I'm saying is, you don't have to. Everyone does things differently.
Yes.
So no one's right or wrong. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I always count like that. Little fingers, because I can't see them. That's beautiful. And now sometimes if fabrics are quite fine and thin, I will actually spray starch them. I've got that lovely Mary Ellen's. It's gorgeous.
We have a spray. I don't know if it's sold out at the moment, is it? Or if I got it tomorrow, I think I might have it got tomorrow with Quilt As You Go.
Right, OK, so I'm just going to piece one little piece together to show you, to do it that way around. So I'm going to join these two squares together, say, for instance, they're for here. Yeah. Now, did you notice here, I was a bit short on my lace? Do you see that? Oh, yes. It's unattractive. So I'm going to stitch it down, but I might put a lovely little button there. So when things are little... this is great to know, because you do all make mistakes. A little faux pas.
Yeah, so don't get upset if you do make it.
No, love it. Love what you make.
Yes.
OK. So what I'm going to do is sew these two together. Now, I'm going to use a 1/4 inch seam on my sewing machine. I haven't got a 1/4 inch foot on my machine.
At the moment.
Most machines have. You can either draw a 1/4 inch in. I never do. I find that time-wasting, upsetting, and I can't understand why you do that. Okay. But you could put tape on. You could put 1/4 inch tape on. OK. But what we're going to do to be really good girls is we're going to pin each end, these lovely fine little clover pins. I think they're clover pins, each end. Yeah. And then we're going to pin in the middle. So if you didn't pin each end, it could slip as you go. So this is just one little tip. Okay, it's very lovely. And so when we sew with this patchwork, we can sew over these pins, they're nice and fine.
Right.
But we don't have our pins laying down. These are soldiers standing upright because we can sew over them. So now not all machines have this facility either, but you can move your foot over to get a 1/4 inch.
Yes.
You can move. So I'm going to vaguely wing it because I would actually use a 1/4 inch.
That machine actually comes with a 1/4 inch
foot, does it? But it does it. We won't spend the time looking. Yeah, we won't. So so I suggest if you're going to take up patchwork, you really do need to get yourself a 1/4 inch foot.
Yes.
And be consistent on that machine with it. Does that make sense?
Oh yes.
Yes, yeah. Okay. This is lovely. Am I caught up? I'll just carry on for a second. So you don't need
get all of this, all the fabrics, all the braid, everything you need. The only thing you don't get is the cushion pad in this. There it all is. Yeah,
and you can get cushion pads beautiful. Always get feather ones unless you're allergic to them because they're stunning. And the next trick you're going to do is set the stitch. That's a dressmaking trick. Have you got an iron, please?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. This is very basic, but these things are very important if you're a beginner, aren't they? So just show you this. So what you're going to do is you're going to set your stitch, which is iron it in place like this, very nice, and then you do open your seams out. Depending on what how we're stitching or what blocks we're making, I'll either press my seams to one side or I'll open them out.
Oh, okay.
So I do change. I change
depending on what the project is.
So, because we're doing this is a beginner's project, so I would make you do a few basic, very beginnery things, and then you should have a perfect. There would be 5 1/4 inches now, but that's just and that will be on there. You will have a lovely iron-on transfer in your pattern, and you'll iron that in place and stitch that. So it's the same with all the other little blocks. You're going to beautifully put them together nicely.
So the fabric comes for you to cut the pieces out.
Yeah.
You then can put them together. But now, would you decorate? See that one there's got the lovely linen heart on it. Would you do it at this stage, or would you do it once it's all together?
I'm dangerous. I love to make it first and then decorate it.
Okay, so you do the same. Would you do the same with that one as well?
Yeah. But I tell you why also, because watch this. If I had that square on its own and I sewed it, I'm just not destroying, but I've got 2 edges that I could literally ruffle up.
Well, especially with linen, it's good fair away.
So if I've got all my edges sealed, then I could do. If I was doing a large quilt, of course, I'd do each block at a time before.
Of course, but then a block would only be about that big anyway, wouldn't it?
But then we've got this lovely rick-rack here, tape here, and there's a lovely stitch to sew the rick-rack on with. So I'll just demonstrate that stitch. Shall I give you a little demonstration?
Yes, please, and then we'll move on to the...
Let me have the thread in there. I'll do it on the lemon one because I'll just wing it.
Have you got the rick-rack?
I'll do it on... have you got...
I can do it on that one.
Yeah. Oh, actually, no, I can. If you've got the rick-rack there, I'll do it on here. That's perfect. So I'll just do it on this one here. So there's all, and of course you can have different shapes and squares, but the grid is in the pattern for you.
Yes,
it's
of course.
really nice. But it's very, and actually this block would make a lovely quilt if you made this block several different times and moved it around.
Yes. And would you, if you're making a quilt, would you still do this on your quilt?
Yeah. I love you. I did this by hand, especially for you guys.
Oh, thank you.
But of course, I would use it on my machine. I do it on my machine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're doing that.
Only because I suppose I haven't really got much time to do so much hand stuff these days. So let me just show you this lovely stitch. Let's turn it over. So this is how I sew my rick-rack on as a decorative stitch. Okay, can you see, is that looking gorgeous?
Yes, looking totally gorgeous.
Yes, okay. So let me just start. So what it is a back stitch virtually. So what you're going to do is you're going to go back over the rick-rack to the middle of the hump.
Oh, you don't actually go through the rick-rack itself then?
It's a surface decoration. Yes. It's couching or couching. Couching or couching?
Couching.
Couching. And so we're going to go back over, right into the middle, and under. So I say under the mountain and over the mountain. So over the mountain, into the middle, and under. And over.
Makes all the difference. Such a simple little stitch, doesn't it?
Yeah. How lovely is that? And that's what it looks like. Look. I deliberately chose the yellows and greys because it's very trendy at the minute, and I was thinking this might appeal to a younger person, and that perhaps somebody like me would buy it for my daughter to make.
But also, I mean, the thing is, it's a really, really. If you went to a shop like?
Yes.
Let's think of 3 of them. Liberties or Dickens Jones. How much would a cushion like this cost you? Do you know what I mean? £26.
They are really expensive cushions, really expensive. And the filler only cost me £1.99.
Yes.
But it's actually it's not just that, it's that having able to say, I made that.
Yes.
Yeah, I made that. So let me just show you that once more. So you're going over the mountain to the middle, back under the mountain. So really it's a back stitch on a skewy angle. And little things like this create a really nice finish.
Yes.
A very, very lovely finish. And I use rickracs a lot.
Yes.
And I decorate it exactly like this.
But that looks so lovely. What a lot of people do is just do a zigzag stitch through the middle of it, and that is just so beautiful, isn't it?
Even a stitch through the middle is very upsetting.
Yes.
I do that to anchor it down, but I would match the thread beautifully, and then I'd stitch afterwards. So there you are. That's the...
OK, so that beautiful kit, the Mandy Shaw Scrappy Patchwork Cushion Kit, £26.95. You get everything you need there. Look, you get the zip for the backing.
You do get the zip. Now, also, the other thing is, it most probably sounds like a zippy day to you, but I've given you instructions on how to put a zip or a envelope back.
I'd like an envelope back.
No, I'd love you to embrace a zip, because it's...
If you fall asleep on that, you get a zip on your
but you're
face.
not meant to have it that side, are you?
When you're asleep, you don't know what you're doing,
No, I love the tight fit.
Yes.
I love a nice tight fit.
When the jungle sleeps, when the lion sleeps tonight, didn't they sing that? Right, OK, that's the scrappy cushion. Now, we've got just one more project to show you.
Yes.
Which is that. Now, I can't believe that it's only... That gorgeous quilt, we've got the pattern for you. We're selling the pattern of that amazing quilt over there. Amanda's going to show you a couple of the techniques that are involved with the making of that quilt. So, you've just said, so the pattern is £11. Oh, hang on, is it right? £11.95, yeah, £11.95. It's called Sew a Row of Country.
Yes.
So you've got houses, you've got chickens, hearts, stars, vases of flowers, trees. And what's that bottom one? Rosette. With the horse, best of horse show.
Yeah, best in the horse show, yeah.
These instructions are fantastic. For £11.95.
A full-size template you get.
Yeah.
You're bossing me?
No, I'm not telling you. I'm waiting for the upstairs camera.
It's a bit slow today. It's early.
No, it's not early now. It's 11:15.
No. Oh, cracky, of course it is.
Yes.
It's not even Sunday, is it either?
Just there's so many.
So this is not for a beginner.
Not for a beginner.
I met lots of ladies around the country, and they're saying they love sewing quarter badly, but they like to be challenged.
Yes, well, this will challenge you.
This will challenge you.
Now, do you do that the same technique as we did the one earlier? Do you put it?
No, this is foundation.
Oh, this is foundation. Oh, okay then. Oh, sorry about that.
So the whole thing's foundation. It's a different technique completely, and it's a bit like rubbing your tummy and patting your head.
Okay. We missed the chickens there. Look at the chickens.
But it's a very, very good technique because you get accurate results, and each block's the same. So once you've managed one or two of these, you'll be absolutely fine. All
right then. So you're going to give us a tip on how to do the piecing.
Yeah. I also want to say to you about this quilt. It's a very lovely looking quilt. Great for quilt groups to make.
Yes.
But you need 10 fat quarters of colours.
10 fat quarters of colours?
Yeah, so what I do if you go shopping, look for fabrics like all the blues and greens and reds, the same colours, not anything brighter, no swirls, no dots, all similar density. And then you need 10 fat quarters for your lights.
Right, but you don't have to have fat quarters, you might have a stash of beautiful blues.
Scraps, absolutely.
But you need the equivalent of 10 fat quarters of pattern and 10 of plain.
You don't know these ladies, they'll have 20 fat quarters sitting in a drawer.
Okay. Well, I hope to meet these ladies because I'm going to the Festival of Quilts in August.
So am I, yes sir, I'll be there.
No, I'm allowed to say I'm going. I'm not allowed to say what I'm doing when I get there.
Oh, are you doing something special?
Yes. Something very special on the Sunday.
Oh, are you crikey? Yes. Oh, you're not handing out the just to give that a press, Dolly. You're not handing out awards or anything like that, are you?
No. Well, I don't know what I'm doing actually.
You could be.
They haven't told me yet. I'm there on I think it's the Friday and the Sunday I'm there. And then onto the Sunday, I fly straight off to my holiday, straight after I leave.
Oh, where are you going?
I'm going to America again, yes.
Oh, damn.
Only going for 2 weeks this year, though. Can't do without
You can't beat America. Well, I think you can't beat America for a holiday, but I snorted then. just for a second. Right.
Let's press that one for you.
Okay, stunning. So watch this space. So this is going to be a little bit, you need to have your cup of tea in hand.
Right.
And I just need a bit of that at the end. And a cup of tea at hand and a concentration hat on.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
So don't forget, all the instructions are in here. We know foundation's not a beginner's project.
Right.
But if even a beginner embraced it in a class of mine, it's teachable and very doable. But it's unusual.
I don't know what foundation means.
That's right, okay. So what it is you're going to use a foundation to sew your patches on. So the foundation could be paper, could be violin, and could be calico. Let me tell you
So
what...
it's not like English paper piece?
No, nothing like that at all.
Okay.
No, okay, forget that one. So let me just tell you why I don't use... So some people use violin, and what they do, they trace all these shapes onto violin. Well, that would waste my time no end, because there's hundreds of blocks to make here.
Exactly.
There's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 odd blocks. I'm not going to be tracing 50 blocks, thank you very much. Some people use... I use paper. Some people use calico, but again, I'm not tracing calico. So you'll get a pattern piece like this, and you'll photocopy it 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 or 8 times, whatever you need.
However many times? So what's that, if that's the heart?
That's 7.
So you need 7 of those.
Plus another.
Right.
Plus another. No, I'll tell you why. That's plus another. So, so another. So with this quilt, you're going to be more sensible than you would be with something that's just got a piece of foundation in it. You've got to be more sensible. So you keep your that's your master, okay? Right. And you'll cut your master up, one of your masters, up into little bits.
So that's actual size?
Yeah, so I've cut all the little beanie pieces out. This happens to be quite a few bits, but that's fine. The whole quilt's it's not an easy picking. It's got lots of little bits in it, so that's fine.
John and Mandy, you do make a great double act, Julie in Scotland.
Oh, do they? Do you think we should play? Do you think we're missing a trick? Do you think we should be on mainstream TV?
Yeah, definitely.
With Eamon in the morning.
Well, I used to do that, didn't I?
Oh, did you, darling?
Yeah,
I didn't.
this morning, yeah.
You did know that? You did. Oh, this morning? Who was with you?
I started off with Richard and Judy.
Oh,
and then went to Fern, and no, it was then Colleen and Twiggy. Then it was Fern and Philip.
Oh, they're not Fern and... They're very bad, aren't they? Very naughty, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Right,
OK, so he's cutting these little pieces out here, OK. These little... the paper pattern pieces, OK. So you have all the paper pattern pieces. And it's a good idea if you just to draw on them. Have I got a pencil just there?
Oh, you had the one you stolen earlier.
Well, I took that back and I nearly took it home with me and I thought, no, I've got it.
What do you need then?
Just a pencil.
Oh, Jay, you've got a pencil, please.
So it's a good idea because we know this is a heart.
Did you hear that?
Did he answer?
No, you can't talk to me, Jay, can't talk to me.
And so this is going to be red. So
yes.
3, 2 and 6 are going to be red. The rest of them are the background fabrics.
Right. Okay.
So you need to cut them out with at least a ½ inch seam. And this is what bothers me, is that people get mean and tight with their fabric. Please don't be mean and tight. Don't be mean and tight.
But I only went, ooh, because ½ inch is not pencil. Yes, brilliant.
This is a rough... That's stunning. That's fine, thank you very much, darling.
It's white.
We don't mind.
Are you going to write on there?
No, just drawing it.
Oh, no, sorry.
That's
I
about just showing you red. But you'll get used to what's red and what's not. Yeah. So I know 3, 2 and 6 are red, OK?
Yes.
So you need to cut, this is a rough cut. There's no neat cutting here.
Yes.
You're going to rough cut ½ inch all the way around the outside edge. And I do mean ½ inch all the way around. Don't be mean. The meaner you are, the more difficult this is, OK?
Well, also, pieces like that, if you've only got ½ inch seam length, it makes it into the tiniest piece, doesn't it?
Yes. You know, we don't want... It's not going to be a ½ inch seam length. It isn't. I can assure you. So cut your pattern piece out roughly. Don't photocopy this onto really heavy, expensive paper. No. We don't want you to do that into expensive paper. And this particular one, I'm not sure I'll be able to do. I've just got some scissors. This particular one is cut into 2. The instructions will tell you this. OK, there's 2 pieces to this.
Oh, OK.
It's quite exciting as well.
So the whole quilt is done with this foundation?
Yes, the whole quilt's done with this foundation piece. OK. So we're going to use this piece of paper to sew our bits on. OK?
Oh.
This bit of paper to sew on. And the first one we need is number 1.
Yes.
OK. I think I've mislaid number 1, but that's not a problem because I've cut it out already. And what you're going to do is cut it out of your fabric. Also, the important thing to say is your numbers must be facing you on the wrong side of the fabric.
Right.
If you did it that way round, then it would be the wrong way round, OK? So be aware of that as well. And what you're going to do is the first thing, it looks very odd, is you're going to cover from the wrong side your number 1. I know, that's strange. Where's my pins? Here they are. I know it's strange, don't worry. You're going to cover number 1.
So you hold up to the light and you can see it's covered. This is very important you hold up to the light so you can see it's covered. All my seam allowances are covered. So all the lines are covered, okay, by a number 1 piece, okay. And we're now going to stitch on number 2. So this is my big tip.
We haven't stitched on number 1 yet?
No, you don't have to stitch number 1.
Okay.
This is my big trick, my big tip. I'm going to stitch now, find a piece for number 2. I've already got it here. It's gorgeous. It's there. But watch, in order for me to put this on, I'm going to fold on the line between 1 and 2. Oh, I've already done it, so let me do it. And this is your trick. One of your tricks, anyway. So fold on the line between 1 and 2.
We need to do a whole show on this because this is fascinating.
Yeah, this is gorgeous. This is lovely. I'll just check that my shape's right. Okay, so that's it there. And I'm going to put my line. So this is my trick. So I folded it, so I've got a line. And then I'm going to put my line up to that line and a little bit forward. And I'm going to stitch on there. I'm going to just pin, fold it back, check it all matches. It does beautifully.
And you've got a bit sticking out over the side.
It doesn't matter about that. Yeah. And now listen to this. This is where you're going to be thrown away. You are going to stitch on the right side on that line between 1 and 2.
So for £11.95, concentrate.
It's like a little book. It's like a little book. What I was going to say to you, I would love you also. I can't quite fathom out here. I would love you to stitch with a very small stitch.
Okay.
Because then we can, and this is why I love that noise.
So you're stitching through the paper?
Yeah. So I've stitched on the line between 1 and 2. Yeah. I'm going to flick this back. But before I flick it back, I'm just going to trim my seam allowances.
Right. So this is why it doesn't matter how big they are to start with.
No. Going to flick it back beautifully. Finger press it.
Yeah.
And pin it in position. It's beautiful. So now I can do number 3. I'm going to go to number 5.
Right.
Number 5, I can do
You've got number 5.
I've got a bit of fabric here because it's easy for me to do that. So let me just show you. You're going to finger press, fold on the line between 1, 4 and 5. You don't always have to go in order. So you've got a lovely line to guide you. And take a bit of fabric, just...
Make sure you check out your baskets on this, they're flying out.
Look,
only got literally a couple of minutes left.
And you're going to put the fabric to the line and then over the line. I know that's going to cover, and I will just stitch that. So my big tip, really, I do think my big tip is, let me just clear that, is to fold so you can see where you're going.
Yes.
Because you can't, because that's what upsets most people, they can't see where they're going.
I'm going to ask a silly question.
Yeah.
What happens to all the paper?
No, it's very exciting. Hang on. You can
only because I'm worried that you're going to run out of time.
No, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that quickly to show you. And that folds back. And there's the top part of one of your points of your heart. Can you see the
yes.
Fold that back. So what you do, two things, is you must always trim. Once you've made it, you can trim on the outside line. Lots of people trim all this. I'm just...
Oh, on the outside square of the pattern.
Yes,
so you're cutting onto this outside line here.
Let's do a little trim. Because they sometimes accidentally trim on the inside line and the block is defunct.
Yes.
It's no good whatsoever.
That'd be really depressing.
And you do not take the papers out at all until the whole quilt's put together, the whole row is put together. So that the whole row is encased in sashing. And then what you do is you lightly spray it with a little bit of spray. And the paper comes away and makes a terrible mess everywhere. But it's very exciting. So papers do not come away until the very end because foundation is not following the grain of the fabric.
No,
so you see you've got bias edges all over the place, which are going to cause you great distress. So let me just... So there you are. So this is just doing the same thing again to stitch on your line. So do you see I'm flipping over, stitching, flipping over?
Yeah.
And these blocks are not the easiest blocks. They've got all those different angles.
Yes, which is why I can see why you say first of all, it's not a quick job, and secondly, it's not a beginner's job, is it?
No. So always remember to trim because otherwise your dark fabrics might show under your light fabrics. So it's... And once you've gotten... Oh, it's very exciting.
Once you get into the flow of it, always pin it.
Oh, I can imagine it's one of those things where you think, oh, I really must go to bed, but I just want to do one more.
It's also one of those things that can cause you grievous bodily harm.
Well.
but it's worth the results. And let me just tell you that the advantages are you get intricate blocks made much easier than you would do if you had to piece them together.
Okay, just do that one stitch. We've only got 1 minute left.
That's it. I'm done. There you are. So let me.
I think that's fascinating.
It is fascinating. It is fascinating. But it's the ladies out there. They know. They've heard of it. They've done some of it. You can do Mariner's compasses, really unusual blocks.
Can I ask you?
Yes.
Would you ever bring something like that to air? Could we do one of those? Like, I'd like to spend the whole hour with you doing...
Oh, gosh, I'd love to show you. I've got so many things in my body parts that need to be expressed.
OK, we could do a 2-hour show, couldn't we, on that? Anyway, now, you're not back till the 22nd of July now, are you?
No, but is that not our Christmas one? Was I allowed to say that? Or was that top secret? You should have warned me.
Didn't know. It's Mandy and I on the 22nd of July. But thank you so much for your insight, your wisdom, and your gorgeous foundation. We've got to go. Say goodbye, because we've got 3 seconds.
Bye.
She'll be back on the 22nd of July.
Bye.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts. It's easy to buy the products you see on our shows. To buy any of the items featured on today's programmes, just head over to our website www.sewingquarter.com. Click on the video stream and you'll be taken to our watch page. Here you'll find the product that is on air right now at the top of the page. Beneath that, you'll find all the products demonstrated in this morning's shows. To add an item to your basket, simply log into your account or register with us. Then you can either check out or keep shopping. Remember, our flat rate delivery charge lets you shop all day and check out as many times as you like and only pay once for postage and packing. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
So today we're going to be learning the prick stitch. Now the prick stitch is very similar to a back stitch, and they're basically very tiny stitches which are visible on the front of the fabric and very long stitches on the back. So first of all you need to start with the needle at the wrong side of the fabric coming through to the front. And like I said, it's very similar to the back stitch where you're going to go backwards rather than forwards, and you want to make this stitch as tiny as possible, so taking a couple of strands from the fabric itself. And then the length of your prick stitch could be entirely up to you, so I'm going to make it quite a large one so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going through the fabric and then I'm going to come back again, taking a couple of strands from the fabric to come down. You want to keep these as even as possible as you're going across the line. So there we have our prick stitch.
Join us on Tuesday the 6th of June when Jennifer Taylor will be introducing us to the art of sashiko. Sashiko is a hand sewing technique that began in ancient Japan, originally as a way of repairing and mending. Sashiko has evolved into an art form, and Jennifer will be demonstrating how to achieve the beautiful geometric shapes and patterns. So, join Jennifer Taylor on Tuesday the 6th of June at 9 AM for the art of sashiko, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Isn't this dress just completely beautiful? I love it. It's got such movement to it, hasn't it? Really, really gorgeous little frock, this. Love it. It's a cloth kits pattern. It's a cloth kits pattern. And what we're going to do now is we're not going to make the whole dress. Jennifer's going to show us different techniques to go with it. But it is, isn't it lovely? It's such a beautiful dress. So we're selling the pattern. No, I'll tell you what we're doing. We've done bundles. Oh, there you go. Have a good look at the dress. Of course, lovely summer wedding. You've got a lovely summer wedding to go to. That look lovely, wouldn't it? We've done 3 bundles. We've done 3 bundles for you. This one here, this is bundle 1, which is the one we've made the dress out of. It's called Butterflies Floral Cloth Kits. What it is you get the pattern, you get the zip, you get the interfacing, you get the thread, and you get 3 meters of fabric. That thread looks white on there, but it's not. It's a pastel. It's a lovely pastel colour. I'll just move these because they keep falling over. So you get all of that to make that frock. £48.95. You get 3 meters of that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful fabric there. Okay, that's the first bundle. The second bundle is the one that Jennifer's about to show you her techniques out of. It's that lovely, it's a linen texture. It's not linen at all. It's 100% cotton. So you get the fabric, you get the thread, you get the zip, you get the pattern, and you get the interfacing for £48.95. 3 meters of fabric to make that dress, and you get 3 meters in your back. I'll show you what 3 meters is like in a little while. And then last but not least, we have this really, I've only seen this a couple of times. I love this fabric. Now this one is very, very, very limited. Very limited indeed. When I'm saying limited, I mean under 10. Dusky pink cloth kits, 50s vintage tea dress. So you get the pattern, the interfacing, the zip, the thread, and 3 meters of that gorgeous fabric for £48.95. There's one other fabric I want to point out to you, and you'll see this during Jennifer's demonstration. And it's this spot-on fabric, which isn't in the kit. It's just sold by the half-metre increment, isn't it? It's £4.95 for half a metre. Jennifer's used it to make a contrast collar, isn't it? The collar, yeah. Because obviously we're making the red dress in this next one. £4.95 for half a metre. Now, if you don't want our fabrics, which is quite... obviously, a lot of you dressmakers already have your stash. You can just buy the pattern on its own. And the pattern on its own, it's a cloth kits pattern, remember. It goes from sizes 8 to 16, £12.95. £12.95. Okay, let's move on. Let's go and see Jennifer now then. There's the pattern for £12.95. So, Jennifer.
John.
Where are we going to start?
We're going to start by looking at this lovely pattern.
Okay.
And what the pieces are like. And what we do with them.
Okay. Make a bit of space on the table.
So all the instructions come inside in this lovely booklet. And it's the thick paper.
Oh, now, so we like that, don't we? Also, so all the sizes are there from the 8 to the 16, aren't
And
they?
I've done my usual thing of folding back to the size I was making.
Yes, okay. And is it quite a simple pattern to do, then?
It is, yeah.
It's such a lovely look as well. 1950s tea dress. You can't really go wrong, can you?
It's a really nice cut.
I don't think their picture on the front of their pattern does the actual... Look, yours, look how gorgeous it is. I don't think the picture on the front of the pattern actually does it justice. There are choices. You can do collar. There's a collar. You can put a collar on it. Jennifer hasn't put a collar on that one, but we're going to show you how to do the collar on this next one, because there's a collar. There's 2 different collar shapes, I think. There's a pointy one and like a Peter Pan collar.
Yeah.
Or you can do it without the collar completely.
I'm going to do the pointy one.
Oh, you're doing the pointy collar?
Yes.
Okay.
So there are quite a lot of things to bear in mind, but just looking at that reminds me that if you're using a narrower fabric, which we are...
Well, it's not narrow now, it's 112 our fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, just narrower than
narrower.
150. They give you a suggestion about how to place it. So I've got the bias of the fabric going down the centre front and the centre back.
Right.
I actually think that adds to the
like
drape.
that one there?
Yes, exactly like that one there. Yeah.
Rather than that one there. So if you've got wider fabric... Oh, you see, if you've got wider fabric, you only need 2 metres. You've got narrow fabric, you need 3 metres. We've given you 3 metres in our bundle. but obviously you might have something home. It does say on the back of the pattern, for 112, I'll show you here, for fabric that's 112 centimetres wide, you need 3 metres or 2 metres of 150 wide.
Yeah.
Okay, you know I said, you know the dusty pink one I told you about, and we were under 10? We're only, well, someone's moved the clock, haven't they? 7 minutes into the show, and there's only one left of that. One bundle left of that. Just
not surprised. It's beautiful.
Right. Also, in our stock, we have got that fabric. We have got that fabric. You can buy by half the metre increment. There's only 4 metres of it left in stock. Right? And when it's gone, it's gone. When it's 2 metres. Oh, see, so you can't even buy enough to make another frock out of that. If you want an extra 2 metres of that fabric, then you can buy that separately from buy at £5.95 half metre. Okay, that's why there's no more kits. That's why there's no more kits, because that's it now. So when that 2 metres is gone and the one left that we've got in the bundle, that's that fabric gone. Right, okay.
Right, so quick look at the pattern.
Yes.
We've got a front and back skirt, front bodice, side front bodice, back and side back, and then collar and facing pieces.
Okay.
Now I've labelled, I used the dissolvable pen to mark the front and back facings, both the interfacing, the fabric, and the same with the collar, because they can all look really, really similar.
Yeah, oh yes, definitely.
So when the papers come off it, you can get them confused.
Totally.
So I abbreviate it to FC for front collar and
BC for back collar.
BC for back collar.
BC for back collar.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, so that's brilliant. So you cut everything out with, now, is the seam allowance included in the pattern?
It's included throughout, and it's 1.5.
Oh.
And those are all the different lines. So I would always, like we've said before, always start with taking your measurements. And I think this one refers to the dress measurements on the back, not body measurements.
Not your body measurements.
But the actual, what the dress measures across the bust,
Is
the
there
waist,
anywhere
and the length.
in the booklet? Let's have a look, see if there's anywhere in the
body
booklet.
Measurements,
See
yes.
if it's got body measurements.
Yeah, I think it's got, within there it's...
They're the dress sizes.
Okay, so maybe this one is purely the dress size. So you take your body measurements, and if you wanted it to be slightly more roomy on the waist, you'd read off, say you had a waist of 70 centimetres, and you wanted it to be quite close fitting, you could cut the 12.
Yes.
If you wanted it to be quite not as fitted in, you could cut the 14.
Or you just measure one of your favourite dresses and see how much you use your favourite dresses.
Good to use that as reference. So that's our lovely pattern.
Okay, that's yours.
And I've already done quite a bit of prep for it.
Brilliant.
So the collar, which I'll come on to in a moment, is interfaced on one side.
Dusty pink sold out, so
not on the other.
Sold out. So you put the interfacing, now which side of it do you put the interfacing? Obviously on the facing, it just stays on that, but on the collar...
Yes, I've gone for under collar, so the top collar isn't faced.
Okay.
Now, that's the skirt, and I've stabilised the centre back seam. Because it's on the bias, that would be a zip going into that centre back seam.
Yes.
And bias direction fabric has some stretch in it, and putting a zip into there could be kind of tricky.
Yeah.
So a little tip is to cut a strip of interfacing, and I cut it about 1.5 centimetres by 22, and that just keeps that to a set measurement. And
that's just an iron on interfacing?
Yeah, and it just makes putting the zip in so much easier. And then from there down, the fabric can, drape and behave like bias cut, and it might drop a bit.
Yeah.
Not very much with cotton.
You've overlocked round the edges.
I have.
But if you haven't got an overlocker, which we've got an overlocker, I think it's out of stock at the moment, but we've got an overlocker. If you haven't got an overlocker, you could do a zigzag stitch, or you could pinking shears the edges.
Or turn it under and sew close to the edge, which has quite a nice sort of 50s finish, I think.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I like being able to handle this without it fraying.
Well, that's the joy of having an overlock, isn't it? When you can cut the pieces, overlock all the edges before you even start, then they're not going to fray away as you're working with them. Yeah. So we've now got the front of the bodice here.
Yes. So I need to attach side front bodice to that one.
Okay.
And I want to show, I haven't clipped the seams. Cloth kits say that you can. If it's a much more fitted, curved bodice, I do.
Yes.
But with this, I find I can ease the two together. So I'm going to sew those seams, and I'm not using red thread, I'm using white, so that it shows up really well.
You've put a line of stay stitching around the neck,
I've stay stitched the neck edge, yes, so that it doesn't...
Okay, so you've already done that side side front seam down here.
And match them at the shoulder as well, so you get that lovely continuous line.
So this is all this is what they've done is they've just moved the bust dart from the side there, taken it into a waist dart, so you get that lovely kind of, it's almost princess line seam going down the front of the dress, which is very, very flattering and very, very 50s as well. So now, that means that you've got two different seams going together, doesn't it? Like that seam, have I got this the right way around?
Yes.
That seam has to go to that.
Yes.
I'll just wait to see. There you go. That seam has to go to that seam.
Yeah.
So,
and I prefer to sew it that way up. So the one that needs to move that way, I have facing me.
Okay.
And I've got, I don't know whether they show up very much, but little burgundy marks from that lovely dissolvable pen.
Okay.
So
as your notches, and the notches on the pattern?
They are. Yeah, it's really clearly notched.
So from the waist up to that point,
yes.
it's just the set. They'll be identical, won't they?
Yes.
But then it's as you start having to ease the fabric over the bust. But,
yeah. So I'm going to start at the shoulder point and sew that one, and then sew the back, and then I can start putting the collar on.
Okay. So you know that the dusty pink, Paul, the bundle sold out. Has the actual other 2 meters gone as well? Okay, so if you love that dusty, I'll go and get it for you now. If you still love the dusty pink fabric, the bundle's sold out, but there's 2 meters of the fabric left.
That's gorgeous.
But there's not 2 meters isn't enough to make the dress. It's a beautiful fabric, and you won't sit again. That's why we couldn't do another bundle, because we've only got 2 meters of that left now. If you want that 2 meters, won't make this dress, but if you would like 2 meters of that fabric for a skirt or something like that for the summer. That's all that's left, 2 meters of that. That's all that's got left of that. I'm going to put that in my basket behind me. Right.
So where it comes to the bust area,
yeah,
I'm just making sure my raw edges are together, because that will want to move that way, and then it won't fit the same. So I'm just going to encourage the raw edges to be together, and then just...
remember, in our bundle for £48.95, you get 3 meters of fabric, you get the thread, you get the zip, you get the interfacing, and you get the cloth kits pattern for £48.95. Or the butterfly floral, which is one we've already made, that's also £48.95. I'm not quite sure. That's going to be quite striking, that 50s dress out of like a solid red, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. A very acquired taste, it would be.
Little Paul loves it.
Very bold. It will be.
He's bald, yeah, he's quite bald,
bold.
isn't he? Oh, bold, not bald, like Little Paul. Do you see the picture? If you follow Hannah on Facebook, she was at a wedding in Spain this weekend. She looked so glamorous. She doesn't normally.
Okay, so I'm going to sew the back bodice and then sew those shoulder seams together.
Right, yeah. So we've got basically, you're making the top and the skirt as 2 separate entities at this point.
Yes, the instructions actually show, and this is a good idea if you're going to fit it, to sew all of the bodice.
All of the skirt.
No, sorry, sew the front and then sew the skirt and sew the side seams together. Sorry, I didn't describe that very well.
No, I know what you mean. So
I'll show you the picture.
Yes.
So there, sewing all the way from under the arms all the way down to the dress hem, which is ideal if you're going to fit it on someone.
Okay.
Right.
What I'd do, I'd make the skirt and I'd make the top, and then I'd tack the skirt to the bodice, then I'd do my fitting. Because sometimes you need to lift the skirt a little bit, don't you, on different people's waists.
Many ways to reach a wonderful end result.
That's very thorough. It's very, very thorough. But as Mandy was saying a minute ago, there's no right and wrong. You can do it however you want to do it. But it tells you how to put the zip in and everything like that. It's got everything you need to know about how to make it. So anyway, the bundles, as I say, I've got 3 meters. 3 meters of really gorgeous fabric. Whether you go for the butterfly, I've only got the butterflies now and the linen texture red. Now I need to tell you, the linen texture, that's the pattern. It's not linen, it's 100% cotton, just so you know. Oh.
So matching those notches makes such a big difference. It's great to have those as reference. It makes putting a two different curves together so much easier. So then I sew down to the waist.
Not, but as you say, they're not severe. They're not like in the back of a jacket when you have the really curved one that a princess line. It's very, very. You really have to what's the word I'm looking at?
Manipulate?
Manipulate them round, yeah.
Yes, you do.
So now you're matching the two seams up on the shoulder.
I am.
What we're going to do
that one's already done.
Is we're going to show you how to do the collar. That's what we're going to do next after we've got the bodice together.
Yes.
And also, the instructions, we'll talk about this in a while, but the instructions, you see it's got little cap sleeves on it. The instructions say to just turn it under, but when you look at it on the flat, it's a real curve. So Jennifer's got another technique to finish. That one there is just turned under. That one's just turned under, but Jennifer's got a technique of how to do.
There's nothing quite like making the same item more than once, is there, for problem solving and thinking, how can I do this better?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So that's what I thought.
There's the graphics for the butterfly floral that's on the stand there. £48.95. You get 3 metres of fabric. You get the zip, the interfacing, the pattern, and the thread.
There's a really subtle curve on that shoulder seam.
So there's a curve on the shoulder seam?
Very, very subtle curve.
Okay.
Where a little bit like the swing tunic.
Into the
it's like a little cat sleeve, yeah.
Now, the floral one is proving to be very, very popular. Please don't miss out on it. If you want the floral one, I'd check out your baskets or get it now.
Okay, so I'll move on to the collar and then we can focus on that.
Do you want to press those?
It would be nice to press the
fine,
seams
fine.
open, yeah.
Lines on.
So I've checked when I've sewn that together that I've got that nice continuous line. And if I hadn't, I would have just unpicked and tweaked it slightly.
So you just press all your seams open, yeah?
Yes. As we're focusing on the collar, I won't do too much pressing. I'll focus on pressing that shoulder seam because that's quite crucial to attaching the shoulder.
This is the red bundle that you can see here. It's a linen texture, but it's not linen, it's 100% cotton by Macawa. Okay.
Now I've part made the collar. And something that I like to do with collars is to have an ever such a slight, a bit like you do on lapels, ever such a slight, and I'm only talking 2 millimeters, roll of the top fabric over. So what I did was I used their pattern and I've cut the right amount of each. So 2 top collars, 2 bottom collars and 2 back collars because there's a shoulder seam on this. So that's the front here.
Yeah.
And then I have trimmed off on the interfaced one, which is the under collar, just a couple of millimeters all the way around the outer edge there before I attached them.
Right.
And then...
So hang on. So when you sewed this one to this one, this one's 2 millimeters smaller than the one underneath.
Yeah, the interfaced one is smaller, so you can see.
So when you're saying you've cut 2 millimeters off, you haven't just cut, you've cut 2 millimeters off it, but then matched them and still done your 1.5 inch seam allowance.
So after cutting them all the same and then interfacing them all the same, I then just trimmed off a little bit off the interfaced one all the way around, and then I attached them all together. So there is a little bit of manipulating to do.
Brilliant.
But I hope it shows that it pays off.
Okay, somebody's asked what sizes this dress would be, right? By all means, 8 to 16, right? The 8, now it's all in centimetres, I'm afraid, so I don't know if you're in a centimetre or a inch lady, but size 8 is 81 bust, 63 waist. Doesn't matter, and the dress length is 95 centimetres. It doesn't matter about the hip size because it's such a full skirt there. The 10 is 86 bust and 68 waist. The 12 is a 91 bust and a 73 waist. 14 is a 96 bust and a 78 waist. And a size 16 is 101 bust and 83 centimetre waist. And then at the larger size, it goes up to the 97 centimetre drop. If you overlock... Now, hang on. Right, if you overlock, do you mean adjoining? It's got a turn. This is the trouble with spell check, what's it? Check, you know, predictive text. If you overlock the pieces before construction, do you cut the seam allowance off or just overlock without cutting?
That's a really good question. And if you're not really used to an overlocker, I wouldn't recommend doing what I did and overlocking it all beforehand. I've made sure that the blades didn't cut anything off at all. So I've just used it for the chain stitch.
Right.
And fed it in and not trimmed anything off at all.
Okay. When I used to make mine, I would trim a tiny bit off, but I always used a bigger seam allowance anyway. But I had all my seams marked on the pattern, so it didn't matter if you took a little bit more.
Yeah, which I didn't have, so...
No.
Yeah.
And I think, I don't know why it says attorney, Diana, but I hope that answers your question. What's the next one? No, I've still got Diana's there. Yep, morning team. Just want to say what a lovely, soothing voice Jennifer has. Well, next to mine, it must be, yeah. I must admit, I enjoy watching her demonstrations. She's very talented. But
How
no
lovely.
Name. That's a no-name person.
That's really
right,
nice.
Okay,
Thank you. So I'm trying to reduce the bulk so that this collar sits beautifully, because it's going to be a real feature, isn't it? Especially with it being a different fabric.
Yes, exactly.
So I've taken the corners off, the centre front.
We must point out you've done the pointy collar here, haven't you?
Yes, I have, not the Peter Pan one. And then I'm going to leave behind little triangles like I usually do when I'm here. And I'm going to take out on the curves roughly about every 2 centimetres, because that's got to turn back into there.
Yeah, you've cut the interfacing back.
Yes.
But you haven't cut the seam.
No, I want them to be kind of like that, so they're graduated.
Right.
And I'm aiming for the collar to sit really nicely without any top stitching or under stitching.
Right. But if you do find it's rolling, you can do a bit of under stitching or top stitching.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as you say, this is the thing. This is where it's like a focal point on a dress, a collar, isn't it? Especially when it's this shape, because it's where people are going to look straight away, isn't it? And like you say, because it's in a
it's kind of
contrast
shouting
fabric.
out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just, look at me.
Very,
look at me.
very bold. Not just the colour, but the fact that it's a different fabric from the rest of the dress.
Now, what we could have done with is that lovely rotating cutting mat, then you wouldn't have had to keep moving your hands so much.
Yeah. So, you get the idea.
Yeah, it's quite fun to watch.
I didn't want to do this in, do too much prep and miss out on actually showing techniques. It's a case of finding the balance.
A question just come in. Would pinking do it?
That was asked yesterday, actually. That's also a really good question. And I don't, because I'm wanting to take out, if you imagine that is turning back into there.
I agree.
I don't use a pinking.
The only way you can use pinking shear is if you cut it, all of them, right back to, without any seam allowance, you cut it right back there. Then I'd use a pinking shear if it was going to be that close. But if you're cutting in, the whole point is that the fabric can spread more.
Yes, because it's going back into a smaller space than it is currently. So what I'm aiming to do...
Which fabric sold out? Oh, the dusty pink fabric has gone now. So the same scenario now with the butterfly fabric. We're limited with... Okay, right, now this butterfly fabric that the dress is made out of on the stand, after we've bundled it all up for the kits, there were, 2 meters of that left as well. So it's 2 meters, if you want to buy that fabric, not for the dress, but for something else, because not enough in it for the dress, if you want to buy that fabric for 2 meters of that fabric, we have it in stock, and then that's it. Then that's it. So when those 2 meters have gone and all these bundles have gone, that's the task that you won't see that fabric again. £6.45 for half a metre. Right, okay. Yes, it's £6.45.
So I've done lots of clipping.
Yes.
And I've gone close to the stitch line.
Yes.
But not right up to it. And then I'm going to do my fold and pinch method to get a really nice point.
Yeah.
And I will work on that a little bit more in a moment to make sure it's absolutely a sharp point. Again, because it's a real focal point. You don't want wobbly collars.
And I was going to ask you an important question, but Paul put me off. It'll come to me. Oh, now, are there notches? Were there notches on the pattern where it's got to be attached to?
Yes, everything. All the reference points are there. It's great. Okay, so then this is the stage at which we press, and I'm aiming for that really, really slight roll.
Yes, you need to
call
press
it a roll,
it,
just a discrepancy, so that the top collar and the under collar aren't right on the edge, and certainly the under collar doesn't appear on the top.
Yes.
We want it to be just slightly underneath.
Yeah, give it a good press. Are you ready to press it? Sorry,
I am. I'm going. I don't usually do this. But
do you just need to see how the edge, you do the edge?
Very, very carefully, without damaging the fabric. Can you see how I just eased that out?
Yes.
Yeah. Does that make you? Does that not fit with your?
Both the collars are in the pattern, whether you do the pointy one like this or the Peter Pan one.
I haven't kind of grabbed it with the pin. I've used the end of the pin and just gone in like that.
Yeah, Janice has got a technique where she puts a stitch in like that and then pulls it through.
Yeah, so I did it really, really gently. It's not like I was attacking the...
Yes. It needs pressing because it's reminding me of a novelty toilet seat at the moment.
Oh, no. That's never a good thing. I can't see anything else in it now.
Oh, no, sorry.
So, this is where...
Is it coming out? Do you want some steam?
It really helps just to dampen... Thank you. Dampen the edge of your fingers.
It's where you could do with a spritz. Actually, we should get a spritzer.
That would be really useful. Yeah.
Right, while I leave you to press that,
okay,
because it's quite a long seam, I'll just go back and recap with the fabrics and the patterns and everything. So, excuse me, this is the bundle you get for the red one, right? Linen texture it is. Linen texture. You get the cloth kits pattern, you get the interfacing, you get the zip, you get the thread, and then... Now, this is a lot to waft. This is an awful lot to waft. You get 3 meters. That's obviously halfway. 3 meters of the fabric, look. 3 meters of the fabric. There's loads of it, look. Oh, there's loads, and it's gorgeous, isn't it? Now, the thing is, right, if you want 3 meters of this fabric, you might want to make something else. Like, think, oh, I've got fabric at home to make my 50s tea dress, but I'd love that red fabric there to make this 50s, to make something else out of. Well, you can do that. You'll still get the pattern and the zip and the thread and the interfacing and everything. £48.95. Off still. Thank you. Then I've got the other one. Now, the dusty pink one sold out. The dusty pink one has totally sold out. So we've also got this. Now, I'm not going to... Oh, yes, I am. I'm going to say I'm not going to unravel it all because Jay's got to tidy it up, but I will. 3 meters of this. This is beautiful, this fabric, isn't it? Now, remember, this fabric, not the red one, but this fabric, all the fabric has gone into these bundles apart from 2 meters. There's 2 meters of this fabric left. I'll show you that in a minute. But this is a 3 meter bundle. You get all 3 meters, right? All 3 meters, plus the pattern, plus the fabric, plus the zip, plus the interfacing and everything. It's all you need. All you need to make that dress. It's fantastic. It looks so gorgeous in that. Going to a summer wedding or something like that, this is going to look gorgeous. So they're the 2 bundles. They're the only 2 bundles I've got left. You can buy the cloth kits thing first. That's right. Oh, 800 112 44 33. You can buy if you want just the pattern. If you want just the pattern, then that's £12.95. And then also the fabric that Jennifer... What are you sewing? I told you not to do anything.
I'm told off.
I'm not telling you off.
I'm stay stitching the neck.
Oh?
Stay stitching the
You
collar.
wait until I get there.
Okay.
Only because I'm the one that gets letters going, you busy talking over Jennifer doing the sewing. We want to see Jennifer sewing, which I agree with, you see. The collar fabric, it's a spot-on fabric, £4.95 for half a metre. It's in bright red, that's what they call it, bright red. OK, now I can go back and see some sewing. So what were you just doing then without me?
Well, I pressed the collar.
Yes.
And then I started stay stitching the neck edge of the collar.
All right, I'll let you off.
Thanks. So I'll just work my way round.
And what?
Work my way round that neck edge.
Yes.
Making sure the seams...
Yeah, keep them...
It has seams along the
Oh, yes,
shoulder.
keep them matching the seams.
Yeah.
Great morning of sewing and 2 dream teams, John, Scott and Mandy, and John and Jennifer. That's from Sandra. Thank you, Sandra, my love.
That's lovely. Okay. And with my stay stitching, I always make sure that it's going to be within the seam allowance.
Yes.
So we don't have to unpick it and take it out.
Okay.
That looks like it needs another press, doesn't it? A slight move, I think.
Is that where I stopped you sewing and you went wrong?
Just that one bit there that needs slightly adjusting.
Apparently I look very tall standing next to you, so
Yeah.
I've just shrunk a little. With tomorrow's guest, Amanda, we've got a new lady called Amanda who's done one show, and she's about 6'5" as it is, right? And then when she came in, she went, "Oh, you're quite short, aren't you, John? I'll only wear my flat shoes." I said, "It's up to you, whatever." You know, she came in to do a show, and she had her great big shoes on again. So I was like, look, talking to her like this. No, it's just Amanda tomorrow. Just Amanda tomorrow.
Right, yeah, that was
Right.
just a little bit that looked like it needed
Yes.
adjusting between there and there.
Okay.
So I'll just stay stitch that small section again and then put it on to the neck edge here.
Well, we're halfway through the show, it's fine.
Yeah, so I'll get that ready and then the facing will go on as well. Okay.
Right, okay.
So I have a notch for my centre back, and
Right.
I'd
Oh,
labelled
sorry,
them labelled them. I'd marked them with the dissolvable inside, so I
Yeah.
didn't get them confused.
Oh, so now the zip doesn't go right the way to the top of the neck then. The zip starts a little bit of the way down the back.
Yes, and then when the facing goes on, perhaps we
Yes.
can look at that one at the
Yes.
end and look at the inside of it. When the facing goes on, where the zip stops and the facing
Ends.
finishes, the facing covers the top of the zip, and
But
it
if-
looks really nice
oh,
inside.
okay. But if you wanted to take the zip to the top, because I know some people wouldn't like that, you could just do the facing with the centre back opening as well and stitch it
Absolutely.
back with
Just
the zip.
add 1.5
we're doing a
or
collar.
2.
Doing a collar, because I'm going to get that one off the stand in a minute so we can have a look, as you said.
Okay.
But,
So I've got the centre front marked.
does it go right the way round to, do they meet in the middle?
They do.
Okay.
Yeah, and they've allowed us 1.5 seam
Seam
allowance.
allowance, okay.
So I'm going to start at the centre front and sew it. Matching the shoulder seams.
Yeah. So the shoulder seams are where the seams are in the collar as well then?
Yes. And then centre back notch to centre back seam. So there's quite a lot to go together here. We've got body, top collar and under collar, which have been basted together,
Yes.
and then the facing over the top. I think I'll be
Oh,
tempted to do
yes.
another line of basting, attaching that to that,
Yes.
and then put that on. And then, I mean, you could, if you felt super confident, put all layers together and stitch them all at once.
Yes. Does that not make it quite bulky around the neck?
Well, that's where you sort of grade, a bit like I did inside there,
Yeah.
but I'd spend more time on that, grading them down and clipping them
Yeah.
so that you don't get lots of bulk, and then it gets understitched as well.
Yeah, because the fabrics themselves aren't too thick, but I suppose with you've got the line, you've got the interfacing, and
Yeah.
you've got
So
interfacing
you've got
in the facing as
4
well.
layers of cotton
Yes.
and 2 of interfacing, yeah. So it's well worth taking time on that part of it. And then the understitching will keep it nice and flat, but yes, it certainly needs attention, that
Yeah.
bit.
On your opinion, that I'll just go and get this one off the stand so we can have a look at that thing. I'll show it in a second when you've done that.
Yes, that would be an over-the-head dress, but some people
Yes.
prefer to step into
Yes,
dresses.
no, exactly.
So yeah, that option that you mentioned of taking the seam right to the top. now.
In fact, I think when you made it last time, didn't you take your zip right to the top?
I didn't, but I think we discussed
We've
it as
done
an
another
option.
project thing where you've taken the zip to the top. Maybe I haven't. Maybe
I'm
it
not
was
sure.
just in my dreams. You can see there the zip starts a little way down, but I would take, because the zip's very long. The zip that comes in the kit is 56 centimetres long, so you could take the zip up to the neckline.
Trying to decide which is the best way to do this.
Oh, little Paul's stressing now about getting a dress on with a zip that doesn't go to the top. Not that he's wearing it, but he's
Like
like...
that?
No, but he doesn't know about dressmaking, does he? So where are you starting to stitch?
I'm starting at the centre back.
Oh, OK.
And I'm just going to... I've still got it on the long stitch length.
Right.
And I'm just going to...
Oh, you're just basting it at the moment?
I am,
oh, sorry,
yeah. I just feel if I know those two are together, I can then confidently put the facing on top. It's dealing with it in sort of manageable stages.
Yes.
And reduces any chance of puckers as well. Because there's a lot of seam allowances there too to think about.
Yes, exactly. I think it's going to look cute with the collar, but I personally like the clean neckline. But that's just my own personal opinion.
I can imagine someone wearing this to one of those 50s events.
Yes.
Where they jive.
Well, the thing is, adding that collar like that makes it into a 50s dress, whereas without the collar, it's like a timeless piece, isn't it? It's got the 50s essence of 50s, but it's not. You're making it look more 50s now. Right, so we've got the two bundles. We've got the red bundle, which Jennifer's making now, and we've got the butterfly bundle, which is this one. But if you wanted the pattern on its own, which is over there, here it is. £12.95 for the cloth kits. Now it goes from a size 8 to a 16. The 16 is 101 centimetre bust, 83 centimetre waist. That's the size of the dress, not the person. And the size 8 is 81 centimetres by 63 centimetres.
Okay, so collars onto the body. And I always tend to take it out and check that nothing got caught up, because there's a lot to think about.
Yes, exactly.
And it's easy for things to get caught up. Even though I check as I go, I always check before something else then goes, which is now on the floor. Okay. So that's centre back. And we can start to get an idea of how it's going to look.
No, this is just me, I would have cut it with like a Prince of Wales collar almost, going slightly further, like almost, like that, rather than almost edge to edge, isn't it? But
yeah, it is, yes.
Little Paul's saying that collar's very collarful. You can get used to him.
Clothing-related puns.
He's what?
Clothing-related puns.
He's I don't know what he is, always full of puns.
Right.
Other people have said other things, but you know.
And this is where the labelling's really useful, because the front and back facing pieces look similar, but they're not the same. So putting them on wrongly.
So where you're pinning now, you've got several layers of fabric there, haven't you, at the centre front?
Yeah.
Because you've got the seam allowances.
Yes.
The facings.
Yeah.
The collar.
Yeah, and around here, we've now got lots of seam allowances.
You know you're going to add... I thought I could see you going, oh, I'll say how many there are. And it's like, no, maybe I'll just say lots.
Just lots.
This is
yeah, just lots, really.
But you're going to you can cut a lot of that away anyway when you turn it through, can't you?
Yeah, it's definitely worth spending time on that bit, because it pays off, and it also feels nicer to wear.
Oh,
it's not just about how it looks. It will feel nicer if time is taken to reduce those a bit. Okay. So collars on, this is going to go on, and then I'll clip them and turn it through, and then put the skirt on.
Yes. All the instructions are in the cloth kits, in the cloth kits here. I'll show you.
And we can talk about the binding as well in a minute.
Yeah, we've got to talk about... Oh, yeah. What we'll do is, when you've done that, we'll talk about the sleeves as well. All the instructions in this booklet comes with it. All the instructions there, thorough, thorough, thorough. There's the collars, you see, there's the collars. So there's the one we've done, and they've also got a Peter Pan collar in here, which is the curved one. All the details. £48.95. Cloth kits, it's lovely, isn't it? The kit is £48.95, whether you buy the red one or the butterfly one. The pattern itself is £12.95. Right, now I'm just going to show you, while Jennifer's sewing that, this is what Jennifer was saying about the facing on the back. When the zip goes to there, see, there's the start of the zip at the back there. And then the facing, once you put the neck facing on, this is when if you don't do a collar, the facing just goes as far as the start of the zip. So it all finishes, I'll just show you. There you go. It's zipped up. There you go. It's such a lovely shape, really lovely shape. It's quite slimming, yeah, because I haven't got it on. Look, it's not slimming when you do it from the front. No, it doesn't sit me. There's not enough fabric left to make the shirt out of once the bundles have sold.
I also did a little fabric tab at the bottom of the zip because the bottom of zips can sometimes be a bit scratchy. So on the inside at the bottom, and also if you have a zip that's ever too long for a dress, you can cut it down and then add a fabric tab.
Yes, because you only need the zip really to go 8 inches down from the waist, which takes you to the widest part of your hip.
Yes.
And then the end of the zip here. So you've cut the zip off and then put a tab of the fabric, of the cotton. Come on, Mike, in focus. Oh, he's not listening.
Okay, so
Righty-ho.
facing's on, right sides together, collar's in there. So more clipping of curves, and I know I seem to do this a lot, but it's part of the process.
I think you should also talk to us about this bulk bit here on the side seam and what you do there.
So I would take the angle off there, because then that's taking some interfacing out. I'm reluctant to cut that. Well, you can double stitch, you can stitch back over it, but what I don't want to do is cut anything too much and let it fray out. So yes, I would look at these and think, what can I get rid of?
Yes.
Not going to affect the stability of it all, but what's in the way?
Yes.
What don't we need? So all of these. It's not something to be rushed.
No.
Because, like I said, it will feel more comfortable and it will look really lovely if you take time on it.
And then, have they understitched their facing?
Yeah. And after we discussed this the other day, because I remember you asking me, do I understitch before or after I clip?
Yes.
Now, I tried both in my sewing room.
Right.
And I found clipping first helped.
Oh, okay.
Made it easier.
Yeah.
Because if you haven't clipped, it's not opening out like that. So I find clipping first, and I think I'd also, like I've done on the other side, I'd do that some more, but I would also grade these seam allowances. Grade as in, I know it's not grade. Graduate, thank you. I do remember reading it described as grading, but that's confusing because it sounds like you're grading the pattern, doesn't it? Yeah, graduate. So it starts to look more like sort of layers, if you imagine it as a cross-section and not everything all the same depth.
Okay, the Dashwood butterfly fabric, not the one in the bundle, but the other one, there's 1 metre of it left, that's all, 1 metre of it left. Then that'll be it. Once these bundles are sold, that'll be it.
I always find the easiest way is to have my hand underneath with this. It's not something I find I can do flat. And also, there's quite a lot to... It prevents you cutting into...
You can cut yourself, but not the frock.
Not that again.
Well, I did that. I put my hand into the dishwasher bowl yesterday, and there was a very sharp knife in there.
Oh, ouch.
It's right on the crease there, so I keep catching it. Oh, no. Little Paul's saying, you stupid boy. He put his hand in his blender.
I don't even want to think about that. Okay, so I think I could work on that, you know, kind of for the rest of the show, but I won't.
No. Because we want to look at the sleeve.
Yes.
I'll show you the sleeve on this one, because what they suggest on the pattern... what they suggest you do on the pattern is turn it in. Turn it in and then turn it in on itself. But when you see, I don't know if it'll show you in here, when you see, oh yes you can, it's perfect here. This is the armhole here, and it's like a very shallow W. You see the armhole there? You've got like a very shallow W. So to turn that in and in on itself is really, really, well, it's not difficult, but it's very, very fiddly.
Yes, it is.
So,
I'll just
Jennifer's going to show you her. So that's what we did on this one. So it can be done. It can be done. But Jennifer's going to show you a slightly, which I think is simpler and more elegant way of finishing the armhole.
Yeah. So I'll press that in a moment.
Yeah.
That's the binding for the other one. That will go inside. So in terms of that, it's like an elongated S, isn't it?
Yes,
that's
now this is the armhole here, you see. When it's not sewn up down, this is the side seam here. And there's a side seam here. Oh, you can't see that in the shot. There's a side seam there. So you see how you get this kind of wavy line. And they say to turn it in and in on itself. But look what Jennifer's done. She's bias bound it, which works so much more. Well, I think it's a more neater, successful finish to it.
Yeah, and I think as well as, well, that whole area of the dress is quite a focal point, isn't it? And I wasn't entirely happy with my workmanship on turning it in and turning it in. And I just think it, like you said, I think, didn't you say it looks more elegant?
Yes.
It finishes it with a higher quality finish.
But also, I think as well, when you put the binding on it, it's going to give that edge some what's the word I'm looking for? Some substance, such thing.
Yeah.
So it's going to sit more like a 50s shoulder is meant to sit.
I much prefer that to that.
Yes.
I would do that again.
Certainly. So have you done both of them?
No, I've only done the one.
So let's just show.
And I made a narrow binding.
Yeah. So this is the raw edge here. That's the shape. Oh, excuse me. That's the shape of the armhole there.
So just right sides together. And also it's quite an unusual shape here because it's, when you look at the dress, the two sort of meet. It doesn't scoop like the
it's not like the underneath of an armhole, is it?
Horseshoe shape of an armhole pattern.
That's a V. It's a definite V there.
Yeah. So I've just taken about a 6mm seam allowance, which is into the crease of the binding.
Yeah.
Made sure there's plenty of it because that's going to fold back, and we don't want it to fall short where the side seam is.
Yeah.
And just a little bit like I did on those mats earlier on, under a slight bit of tension, sewed it right sides together, and then folded it to the inside, and then top stitched it.
Did you top stitch it with a machine or by hand?
I did. I top stitched it by machine. Yeah, just close to the edge of the binding, like that, and then trimmed off the excess.
So we've put the collar on, and do you want to turn that through?
Yeah.
Then we've finished the armholes. So then, it says on no. So then we're going to sew the side seams, then attach the skirt. That's all we've done, isn't it?
Yeah. So if I just,
there's no rush. We've got about 5-6 minutes left.
no rush, but we've got 5-6 minutes left. Okay.
Well, that could have been 1 minute, couldn't it?
Could have. Yeah. So the facing goes to the inside, and that's worthy of more attention on the clipping and pressing.
Yeah.
Right. So if I sew those side seams together and imagine that one's bound.
Yes, yeah.
And then put the skirt on, we can perhaps pop it on the dress stand, can't we?
I'll just tidy up.
It's unavoidable, isn't it, with clipping curves? It's quite good to do it over something like that. You can sweep it straight into the bin. Well, otherwise, you do end up with a room.
We've got Jay. We don't need to bin.
Full of bits.
We tire him out, but I don't think anyone would insure him. That's the problem. Well, no, if he breaks anything in your house, not him.
So at that underarm point where those bindings meet,
Yep.
I'm just going to start and hold them together.
Paul's off out partying tonight, everybody. Little Paul, he's not got to work tomorrow. Isn't it tonight you're going on a stag do? Is that tonight? Oh, it's September. I got that completely wrong.
Lots of little annoying bits of overlocking chain getting in the way. Okay, so I have already sewn the side seams of the skirt and the centre back. Just
Right.
I allowed for a little bit of an overlap there, and I did allow 2 centimetres like I usually do.
Yep.
So that's not in the pattern. They've allowed 1.5 throughout. I add extra at the centre back because at the top, especially with a visible zip like that, where the pulley is,
Yep.
I find if it's only 1.5, the zip,
Oh, no, it's got still a bit.
there isn't enough seam allowance to cover it.
But I always think if you do just need to let something out, it's so easy to let it out in the centre back anyway, if there is an issue before you finish it all off.
And if it's made in the narrower width fabric, and therefore the bias is going down the centre front and centre back, it's worth leaving the dress after the rest of it's been sewn to hang on a dress stand or on a hanger for at least a day.
Oh, yes,
because
definitely.
there will be some dropping, probably.
Also, would you never, I suppose the fabric's heavy enough, but sometimes on a bias centre back or centre front like that, I'd throw a tape, a very, very narrow cotton tape down the seam just to stop it dropping.
Yes.
Like you would with Panne Velvet or something like that.
Yes. Yeah,
Got
because
a
that
massage
has a
from
lot more.
Car. Can you repeat when you're going to be appearing on the Friday and Sunday, which you mentioned this morning? Love the Sewing Quarter, Claire. Where? Oh, it's the Festival of Quilts. It's at the NEC in Birmingham. It's August the 13th is the Sunday, so it's the 10th to the 13th, or 10th to... No, it must be the 13th. You're not going, little Paul, I don't think, are you? You can if you want. Natasha and I are both going. I'm not sure if Amy's going. And Hannah, producer Hannah will be there. Yeah. What? No, it's on for 4 days. So she'll go on a day off.
Now that skirt top edge curve is quite scooped. But I always like to have the side facing me that's got a lot of seam allowances or needs more attention. So I'm going to do it that way up, and I'm just going to keep checking that there is nothing puckering underneath.
Oh, actually, while you're saying that, should we show tomorrow's menu? Because we're running out of time, aren't we? Oh, it's called Easy Like Sunday Morning tomorrow. Flipping it. Where do they think they are? Easy Like Sunday Morning. Oh, now I don't know who I've got. Oh, Amanda. I've got Amanda doing a summer sundress at 8 o'clock. Then at 9 o'clock, that's me on my own, quilt as you go. 10 o'clock, pack your bags, Oh, that's the right one. And, at 11 o'clock, got gorgeous fabrics at 11 o'clock, New World Tapestry fabrics at 11 o'clock. Really lovely lineup tomorrow. So Amanda, new Amanda, you might not have met Amanda yet. She's only been on once so far. She's doing summer sundress and pack your bags, and I'll be doing the quilt as you go and the New World Tapestry at 11 o'clock. If you've missed anything, please go to the website, www.sewingquarter.com. You can watch now in 4 minutes' time. The 8 o'clock show will start again. So if you've missed anything, you can just carry on watching all day long on a 4-hour repeat. Or, of course, you can go to YouTube and watch. All you need to do is go to YouTube, search Sewing Quarter, and then you put the date in, if you know the date of it, and you'll just be able to watch all the shows. It's all of them are there, apart from the days that Ginger might forgot to press the record button. Isn't that right?
Right, I haven't sewn it all the way to the end because I want us to get an idea of what it looks like. And I feel that the minutes are counting down, aren't they? It'd just be nice to see.
You've got a minute and a half.
Yeah.
I haven't got one yet. I haven't got a message. No, Joyce, what's happened to your message? Is it Joyce, did you say? No? Still got Claire's message there. No. No, I'm clapping at it to make it change. Oh, Joyce, your message won't come through. What did Joyce say? You were the one that... Anyway. What did Joyce say? She said all the shows have been grill. Grill, as in like where you cook a sausage.
Brill, maybe?
Mandy thinks outside the box, she says. And Jennifer is refreshing.
Oh.
That's nice.
That's rather nice.
And what about me? What am I, Joyce? Oh, apparently gets cut off. John is. Cuts off then. They're making me laugh now because I made a mistake about weeks ago now. I sat here like this and I read a message.
I was sewing and I had tears pouring down my cheeks watching you laughing that much.
Yes, anyway.
Right, so we get an idea.
Little Paul shows everybody my mistakes. Yes. Right, oh, that's cute. Oh, actually, it does work well in the red. West Side Story, isn't it?
Mm.
You've never seen West Side Story?
Oh.
Jay, have you seen West Side Story? Jay's been in it. He played Anita. So did I. £48.95. We've got to go. I'm back tomorrow. Jennifer, thank you so much.
Thank you.
When are you back next?
The 11th.
Of June,
yes.
Obviously. No, because Mandy's not back now till the 22nd of July, you see. I'll be back tomorrow with Amanda. If you've not met Amanda, she's very, very tall. And me on my own for Easy Like Sunday morning. Jay's in tomorrow. Little Paul's not here. Oh, Hayley's producing tomorrow, so you must tune in. You must tune in. But thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Refreshing.
It's been a pleasure.
Very refreshing. We'll see you on the 11th. I'm not sure if I'm in on the 11th. I'll have a look when I go in the other room. Thank you for joining us. Remember, any questions, just go to the 0800 112 4433. You must check out your baskets. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Join us on Sunday the 4th of June when John Scott will be taking you through how to use Quilt As You Go, our fabulous range of products designed to help you make a quilt quickly and easily. Like all great ideas, Quilt As You Go is simple. The pre-printed polyester wadding has a fusible back, so all you need to do is sew and quilt individual blocks and then join them together to make the size of quilt you need. It's so easy, even I can do it. So join John Scott on Sunday the 4th of June at 9 a.m. for Quilting Made Simple with Quilt As You Go, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.